in most of the Puranas, or it is Upanishad or anywhere, or Kabiras or Survi, you know, they never spoke anything about the investment banker. I worked as an investment banker. I worked as a techie. I worked as a marketer. But all of them have spoken about the teachers, right? So even Kabir said that Guru Govind dau khade kakela gupaye, Balihari Guru aapne, Guru Govind diyo bataye. And then Vidyadadati Vinyam, Vinyadyati Patratam, Patratva Dharmapnoti Dhana Dharma Tata Sukham. So everywhere people have spoken about the teachers. And so that's where my first sincere gratitude to all of you that such conferences are very important to me as an individual. And that's where I quote my always whenever I go to such conferences, I always quote my title like this, that by degree maybe enough, but I'm a teacher by heart. And as I told you that I have been journey of the skill development, and I don't want to speak on the policy. I'm not very competent enough to speak or qualified enough to speak on how government or government of India or the education policy or the NEPs are working in progress. Rather, I thought what I should speak, and I thought I'll speak about learning for tomorrow. And if you see, there are two words which I have written. One is learner's outcome, and second is learner's experience. What I mean learner's outcome is for the first 20 years of the journey of a learner. So for me, learner is a student. Student belong to school. Student can also belong to engineering college or MBA college or a higher education. So in the first 20 years of the journey of a learner, what is an outcome? And I'll give you one story. I was closely working with government of Chhattisgarh in 2014, and in government of Chhattisgarh, we were doing survey from National Skill Development Corporation. We came to know about a gentleman called Bhoj Nayak. Bhoj Nayak was a guy who migrated from Odisha, came to Raipur to do his engineering, and after his engineering, he could not find a job, and he committed suicide. He committed suicide. We started probing into it. What was the outcome? What was the reason? And we came to know that his father was a he was a farmer. He sold all his land. He sent his son for higher education called engineering. When when he committed suicide, his father got paralytic attack, and his mother started working as a maid. First 20 years of his life, he was a learner. He went to engineering college. When we probed into it, we found that the engineering college, the officials, they said that no, he was a great guy. He was a good guy. He was good in C, C++, Java, SQL, and all the techies. Why he could not crack interviews? Because his communication skill was not good. And we are a technology, institutions. We are the engineering college. We are not supposed to provide, such education. Probably, school level he failed. School level he could not develop the communication skill. Ladies and gentlemen, all of us teach. A learner gets learning, but an outcome of that 20 years of learning is very critical. India, 1.3 billion of population, millions of schools, thousands of engineering and MBA colleges, and still 70% of the people, they don't find the job. So is it the problem with the India as a country? Where is the issue? I have worked in corporate, and trust me, if you speak to most of the HR folks in India, they say that, hey, we have a lot of vacancies across the year. We are not finding the right people. When we go to and meet academia, whether it is CBIT, MGIT, Vasavi, Srindu, Srinidhi, I worked in most of the engineering colleges. When we go to such colleges, they say, hey, our students are very nice, but I don't know, they are not able to get the job. So where is the issue? The issue is with the employability, and the employability is the ability to get a job. So who should be responsible for that suicide Bhoj Nayak committed? Is it engineering college? Is it Bhoj Nayak himself? Is the parents, or is the school? And that's where it's very important to introspect you as bandwagon of education industry, that are we only talking about learning as a process, or are we also talking about learning that leads to an outcome? My second agenda, which I want to really talk, is learning experience. What makes a student get up every day morning and feels that I would love to go to my school? I love my school, and I want to go to school, and I want to go to school by choice, not with the compulsion of my parents. So I think these are the two things which I will speak. And the disclaimer is, these are my personal opinion. Nobody has influenced me to speak on this. So with this note, I just wanted to Sure. Can somebody help me with this? It is not going forward. Anyway, so something about the company which I represent, Sri Chaitanya, does not need any brand, any introduction. The brand equity is quite high. The 36 years of legacy. We run around 700 schools all across India. One of the Asia's largest in terms of education. If you see, we have mentored more than 1% of Indian population, and we claim that 25% of the people who go to IIT or NEET or AIMS, they belong to us. So this is Sri Chaitanya does not need an introduction. However, again, the disclaimer is today I'm not here to promote Sri Chaitanya, rather want to share my opinion. We have started our edtech arm of Sri Chaitanya, which is Infinity Learn. And today I'll talk something about this particular company because people were talking about change in the last, and the importance of digital transformation. And towards accomplishment of the hybrid learning, which is need of an hour today, that's where we started a company called Infinity Learn around a year ago. And can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah. So which is getting a lot of traction. So if you see, we are growing organically, inorganically, we are, so we have millions of learners on our platform. We are growing very fast. We are one of the fastest growing edtech firm, and a lot of social media news, they talk about it. So I don't want to make you bored. We have the stall. You can go there. You can, speak to our people, and you will come to know that which kind of brand positioning that we are carrying it forward as a future ready courses. Can we go ahead? Can we go ahead? Can we go ahead? Yeah. I was talking about learning outcome, and I was talking about learning experience. Now let me go back as an industrialist, which I was around 5 years ago. And it's a slide which is very important for us to understand that all these companies, they existed, and they existed as a giant. And I'm sure many of us would be able to correlate. Rajdoot, I remember my dad used to flaunt Rajdoot and used to say, hey, Rajdoot is a sign of royalty, ambassador cars, the bureaucrats, the politicians, the Nokia, 85% of the market share from a small country called Finland. BSNL, Kodak, Yahoo, Murphy Radio, HMT watches, Aircel, all these companies, they existed. Do they exist today? Or even if they exist, are they relevant today? What do you think? What is the issue? And I'm not asking, I'm not going to do a case study on this, but I'm rather trying to, leave these questions to all of you that why did they fail? Did they fail because they could not sustain the business? They failed because they had a profitability issue. They failed because they did not have the clients. They failed because they could not retain their employees. What was the issue? And that makes me taking you to the next slide. Can we go to the next slide, please? Did you know these companies around 10 years ago? If you don't mind, can you close the door, please? Thank you. Did you know them around 10 years ago? And if you see Facebook is the biggest media company of the world, and they don't write their own content. If you see Amazons of the world, they are the biggest retailer of the world, but they don't create their own product. If you see, Paytm, the biggest one of the retail bank of India, they don't have their own branches. Uber, the biggest taxi company of the world, but they don't manufacture their taxis. And similarly, PolicyBazaar.com, Netflix, Apple, all these companies we were not knowing around 10 years ago. But still, Philip Kotler book exists. Still, those books exist, what we studied around 20 years ago. And 20 years down the line, the same books we will be going to teach. So ladies and gentlemen, what I'm trying to correlate is, can we go to the next slide, please? We are living in a world where change is the only word which is constant. And that's where I want to speak the learning for tomorrow. Are we ready for the future ready courses? Are we ready for, I don't know, the evolution of school happened in the 14th century where, they wanted to give a structured education and they wanted to teach maybe the logical reasoning, critical reasoning, communication, the probing skill. And that's where the school was evolved in 14th century. And that, again, after that evolution, we started teaching the subjects called physics, subject called chemistry, subject called English. And today, we have got into a rat race, but we have forgotten that the winner of a rat race is still a rat. So the point is, are we teaching as a part of process, or are we teaching to lead an outcome for the learner who is learning every day? Are we teaching to a learner who is enjoying and experiencing the right learning at the end of every day? And that's where I strongly feel that until we change, we cannot make our learners experience progressive, pleasant, and we cannot create an outcome which is very, very significant and can lead to the positive outcome in the learner's life. And let me tell you, the story of Bhojnaya could be the negative, but today, when I'm a successful person today, I still remember my chemistry teacher. I still remember my English teacher. I still remember my physics teacher, and I strongly feel that they were the people who developed me for rest of my life. So teaching is a noble profession, and there is a cause, and we need to understand that we as the brand ambassador of education need to understand it from the ground. Many of you must be more experienced than me. You have been teaching for a long time, but my humble submission is, can we think education as a atom and feel learner is a center, is a nucleus, rest everything is a periphery? Whether you are a school owner, whether you are a teacher, whether you are a principal or director or any of the stakeholders in the school education, you must think that bacha sikha ki nahi. And that's where our companies, the entire vision, Mr. Ujjwal Singh is not here, he's our CEO, and he always keeps talking about bacha sikha ki nahi. I think the moment we start thinking about that the person for whom the entire ecosystem has been built up, there is a 14 lakh schools which are there. If we are able to get that cause, I think we are home. And that's what my humble submission is. We need to think about the learner's outcome. You should not think that, hey, I have done my job. 10th standard, the bacha got 90%. After that, it is none of our business. Went to plus two, hey, I got 95%. My job is done. Engineering, hey, he could not do engineering because he lost his focus. We blame learners. But the point is, if you try to create a future ready mindset, and that happens with the brain. And can we go to the next slide? So there are studies, and before that, let me also tell you how I connect learners' outcome with the career progression of any learner. And I'm a very proud father. My daughter is 9 years old, and I'm sure many of you are mother and father. And you need to understand, again, standpoint from a kid's. What are the aspirations that a kid has today? What are the aspirations your children has today? Okay, want to become an IS, IPS, want to go to become an engineer, doctor. Okay, this was very old aspiration, Dell concept, doctor, engineer, lawyer, or a loser. That used to be my time. But now the aspirations are changing. Okay, they want to join army, they want to go to abroad, they want to crack GRE, they want to crack GMAT. Few people, they want to do digital marketing, they want to do cloud computing. Few people, they say, hey, I want to become YouTuber. So if you see, the aspirations are changing, but one thing which is not changing is, in order to achieve your outcome, there is a process, and the process of selection, the process of competition. And the competition is, there is a maths, there is a English, there is a aptitude, there is a critical reasoning, there is a logical reasoning. And if you see all the exams, you take out CAT, you take out CLAT, you take out UPSC exam, everywhere maths is there. Maths is not a subject, maths is a critical reasoning, maths is a logical reasoning, maths develops your brain. The moment you start teaching these things in the early age of a learner, the outcome leads. And this is what we proudly at Sri Chaitanya does it. So it is not a coincidence that a lot of students from our institutions, they get success because we make our learners prepare right from the scratch, right from the early age. Can we go to the next slide, please? And it is not, I'm saying, if you see the Harvard report, there are top 10 skills in the year 2025. And these skills are higher order thinking skills, collaboration skills, and the technology skills. If you don't have these three skills, you can only have the degree, you cannot get success. And these skills are very relevant and will be relevant in the year 2025. Can we go to next slide, please? And in order to do that, it's all about biology. Your brain has to be developed. Your right side of the brain has to be developed. Your critical reasoning abilities should be developed right at an age of 5 to 6 years to 8 years. I'm not sure if you are able to see the lower side of the slide, but it says that if a child's brain has to be developed, should be developed on or before 14 years of the age. And ladies and gentlemen, learning is not like a fairness cream. So again, disclaimer is no offense to Priyanka Chopra's fan here. It is just a illustration, but in case if you need to lead an outcome, you cannot put, saying that, hey, you got into engineering college, you got into a best school, and your outcome will be there. No, it's very, very hectic process. It's very hardworking process. Can we go ahead? Next slide, please. Yeah. So that's where we have launched few programs. Infinity Learn has launched few programs which talks about the learning at a younger age. I'm not going to again bore you by telling the detail about this program. This program is all about artificial intelligence, robotics, high order thinking skill. Whenever you get time, visit our stall for the next 2 days. You will see those programs. This has been designed in the last 2.5 years in order to build such parts. So again, the point is the school is symbol of academic excellence. You give, ma'am, you give 2.5 marks as a grace marks for a learner to become first or second or third or even pass. The competition is so brutal that 2.5 marks in a JE or a NEET can make into IIT or not in IIT. So the entire life of the learner changes with that 1 marks. And that's where we complement the school education by providing such skills. So you provide academic excellence, we provide the skills which are important for a learner to crack any competitive exam or to get success. So with that note, my problem statement remains same, which I leave up to the group, and I'm sure my speakers who will speak later point of the time, they will also touch upon on the objective of learning. Is it a process? Is it an outcome? Is it an experience? And what is more relevant? To that note, thank you so much.
Sir, if you could just stay there for a moment. Thank you, Dr. Manisha, for this insightful views that you've shared with us. May I request Mr. Vijay Kumar Devarakonda to please come on stage and felicitate Dr. Manish, Head Infinity School, Infinity Learn by Sri Chaitanya. Can we have the memento? A round of applause, please, for Dr. Manish. Sir, can we have a photograph with the magazine also, sir? Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Moving ahead, I now would like to invite Mr. Hari Prasad Naragun, Director Grand Prix, for his industry presentation. Welcome, sir. A huge round of applause for Mr. Hari Prasad.
Hello and good morning, everybody. My name is Hari Prasad, and I have my colleague Purvi here with me. Can we have the first slide? Well, till we get the slide on place, I just want to touch upon another subject. Everybody has been talking about education, different softwares, different applications. We are here to speak about a different subject, which is sports. And in sports, particularly the swimming pools, or rather the swimming as an activity, we are all aware what are the benefits of swimming. We have read them in papers, but I thought I'll just brush up on it and then we can take the presentation forward. So we are a company which has a collaboration with a French manufacturer called Magiline, and we have some very unique products, and that is what I would like to just present it over here. By the way, does any of these schools or any of the people whom you represent here, do you have pools in your schools or education institutes? You do? How many of them? Oh, good. So I think there's
all throughout. I'm sure all of us over here, learned educators, we're going to take home a lot at the end of the session tomorrow. But one thing is for sure, as my dear friend from Hyderabad Public School has said, nobody under the sun has suffered more than us in the last 2 years and 3 months. When I say suffered, it is, I also mean the fraternity of my children. And after nearly 2 years and 3 months, this June, we had all our kids coming back into our institutions. And all of us are extremely happy about it. Happy about it is on one side, but they also came with a lot of baggage. Okay. They came, we ourselves, see, everybody might say anything, but in the education fraternity, I'm telling you, K-12, even a novice teacher in a budget school has become a content developer. Today's schools don't need content. Okay. Because each one of us are content queens and kings already. What we need is more important. My message is very simple. All of us over here, we know for sure what schools are meant to be. What are they meant to be? Not churn out machines. We are meant to prepare our children for life. We are meant to prepare our children for life. So, what is the most critical thing post pandemic when I look at my children? What have they come back with? What have they come back with in 2 years? Pressure, frustration. We see all this. The positive side is they're here, they're playing, they're jumping into the pool, they're playing games, etc., etc. But they also brought along with them something. They brought with them, when I look at my kids, they are afraid because of the unknown. It's a known fact that our kids' learning has been abysmally low. And as educators, we need to help them catch up. So there's a tremendous pressure on us too. Okay, we are tinkering our year plans, doing recoup sessions. A child from grade 1 when he's moving to grade 3 or 6 to 8, look at what they have learned. Look at the attendances in the last 30 days. These are all clear indicators. Agreed, we are all schools catering to kids coming from the middle and upper middle, etc. But if you actually go to the government sector, the Zilla Parishad schools and the budget schools in Hyderabad city, how many of them have shut? How many kids have not come back to school? I think that's a concern because these kids are going to grow up and they would be coming into the society in due course. Okay. If you look at history of mankind, if you look at Gautam Buddha or Akbar the Great, Samrat Akbar, or you look at Mahatma Gandhi, or Nelson Mandela, or Bill Gates, or whoever it is, to be successful in life, okay, whatever we talk about, learning outcomes, blah, 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 marks, these are not the benchmarks. I see a few of elders over here who have inspired me and some of my friends. When we went to college in 80s and early 90s, what did we learn at IIM Bangalore? What they taught me completely changed in about 5 to 6 years post-liberalization. The way we used to conduct business, the way we used to look at life. So there are more important things for each one of us to understand over here, that I am preparing my child for life. And how am I going to take care of this? So I think I don't want to get too much into, how do we handle fear, etc. But my only request to each one of us is, when we go back to our schools, please give that little warmth to our children. There is a lot for them to catch up. We are adults, we can manage. We also burnt midnight oil last 2 years, from working from home, coping up with the child. I've seen some of the mentors and teachers and principals working and talking to parents till 10 in the night. Coordination meetings between vice principal and teachers happening at 11 o'clock in the night. We also burned midnight oil. But now, the challenge that we have in front of us is, how do I ensure my child gets back and is fearless? So when you're talking about history of mankind, and if I look at whether it is Ashoka the Great, or Nelson Mandela, or Bill Gates, one thing is common, is leadership attributes. And that's what we are in school for. We're building the child's personality. And I'm sure each one of us over here will agree to the basic fact that from 8th grade to 12th grade, or 7 to 12, we are more into managing the behavior and helping the child understand what is right or wrong, rather than academics. A good school does this. We spend more time there. Maximum amount of time goes out in counseling. Academics is part and parcel of life. And our research has shown, even though we have sent kids to IITs, we have sent kids to IIMs, our research has shown that we only contribute 20 to 30% to a child's academic success. It is a parent and home which does this. It's a fact. If we all go back and see, okay, we might say, okay, my school is sending, XYZ as a topper, then everybody should be a topper. Then why do we have? Okay, we can have a long debate on this, as a different question. But my request to each one of us, let's get back to nurturing the leadership attributes. And the most critical of it, the crown trait, is being fearless. Let's help our children come out of this little thing, fear, because fear is nothing but you're afraid of the unknown. When I don't know something, I'm afraid of it. When I'm taking an exam, I don't know an answer, so I'm afraid of it. So I think we need to put in our little effort, because this journey of putting them back on rails is going to be for at least 2 to 3 years more from today. So let's be with the kids. Let's move forward and ensure we produce fearless children. And like before, how we have given great citizens to our nation and the globe, we will continue to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you could just please remain there for just another moment. May I request Mr. Alan Anderson, Director Principal, Chaman Bhartiya School, Bengaluru, Karnataka, to please come and felicitate Mr. Vijay Kumar Devarakonda. Can we have the memento on stage, please? A round of applause for Mr. Vijay Kumar Devarakonda for highlighting a very pertinent need of this time. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Thank you so much. Moving ahead now, I would like to now invite Dr. Jyoti Reddy, Director Education, the Sriram Hyderabad Schools, the Sriram Academy International School, and the founding principal, the Sriram Universal School, Hyderabad, Telangana, for her address. May we have Dr. Jyoti Reddy on stage, please? Can we have a round of applause for ma'am?
The world we created is the product of our thinking. If we want to change the world, we have to change our thinking. Quoted by Einstein. Having said that, namaste to one and all. As we have time constraint, speakers generally rush in the last minute. And I feel that acknowledging and expressing gratitude is the most important virtue of a human being. So let me thank the organizers and all of you for being here to listen to me. Thank you so much. So my topic is changing education paradigms, change in education paradigms, and emerging leadership trends in new era. I am a teacher, and I feel whenever it is about leadership, the leadership is related to every person. It's not related to the directors or CEOs or the principals. That's what I try to inculcate in our schools, or we follow that the students should believe in the fact that I'm a leader. So I'm not going to speak about the paradigm shift in education that we are seeing, because we all know we were reading different policies from so many years, and now all discussions are revolving around NEP 2020. My focus is leadership in new era. For me, leadership is about values and principles more than the skills and intelligence. That's a combination. So if I have to recollect the TED Talk by Ken Robinson, Do Schools Skill Creativity? Most of us must have watched the TED Talk. And he says that if we have to be ready for the fourth industrial revolution, we have to break the myth. Firstly, the myth of there is a divide between academics and non-academics, and divide between abstract and theory. Secondly, he says that the natural learning for a human being happens through collaboration. So the key focus point to think is, are we creating those environments? The collaboration. If we remove the collaboration, we are taking away a child or a person from his natural environment. Lastly, it's about accepting the change and being adaptive. So I'm not going to share anything about the tools, techniques, and different theories of leadership. I'm just going to share my thoughts, what worked for me if you all consider me as a leader in education. That's what I'm going to share. So the disclaimer is, if you feel that it is relevant and related, please take it. If it is irrelevant, please ignore it. So I was thinking few days back when this topic was not given. In fact, to say frankly, I was asked to be a part of panel discussion. Then the last minute, last evening, I was asked to give the address. Anyhow, I was collecting thoughts based on my readings few months back when it was about NEP policy, and when we were reading, I was thinking, what's the gap between the schools and the higher education? So in the quest, I have found a beautiful article written by Mr. Tessie H.H., in which he has mentioned about the mindset shift or different things he addressed in his article. So I acknowledge him because some of his thoughts were actually practiced by me at my grassroots level, which worked for me. So I thought it is relevant to share with you all. Because academic honesty is something which we have to teach our students and which we have to really practice in our life. Even a small idea, if we are taking from some other school and implementing, acknowledge. That's more important. So I think all those small things are very important for leadership. That's what is leadership. We don't need to use jargons or we don't need to get into the complex theories. The simple things, if we follow in our life, we become leaders. Okay, to cut it short, he says, there are 5 shifts which we can adapt, which we can bring into our lives as leaders to face this so-called VUCA world, which Dr. Jha has shown a beautiful slide in his industrial presentation, right? So we all know that, we all use these jargons, VUCA world, volatile, uncertain, ambiguous, complex. He also says that all countries are thinking about reforming education because of 2 reasons, which are very simple. That's to prepare students for work where we don't know what type of work they are going to have in the future. The second reason is every country is thinking about having those cultural aspects intact at making the citizens global leaders or global citizens. So having roots in place and having a global outlook and preparing for the future, we all know that. So we are getting into an uncertain world. Now, we all are discussing and thinking to reconsider what to teach, and how to lead. Okay, if I have to restrict myself to the topic that is about the leadership, I feel that whatever Mr. Tessie has mentioned in his article, okay, he has used 5 shifts. The first one is awareness shift. And I'm speaking with confidence on this forum because many of the points he mentioned worked for me. So it is proven for me. So I thought, let me share. Awareness shift is something, as a leader, it's about being self-aware. When we are self-aware, our responses will not be instant. Actually, those are the habitual ways of auto response, giving an auto response based on the situation, based on the busy schedules, based on the complex situation we get into. Generally, we try to become reactive, most of us. And whenever I'm using the word we, I don't intend, because some of the individuals might not be a part of that we, right? So awareness shift is something, when we are aware of our circumstances, when we become responsive, we are at the higher level of thinking. We know what's happening around and how to handle. The awareness shift is not only about self-awareness, making our stakeholders aware of the reality. The teachers, making our teachers aware of why we are doing something, what we are doing something, and how to do. Once everything is clear, there is no confusion. We create a lot of confusion in our classrooms because most of the times we are not clear in terms of what is the expected outcome. We just say this is what we have to do, why we have to do, how we have to do. So awareness shift is something which helps a person to handle the VUCA situation. And we always speak, even the conference is about innovation in education. It's about creativity, right? Creativity leads to innovation, and creativity needs divergent thinking. So a longitudinal study which revealed the facts that when an experiment was conducted on divergent thinking, 98% of it was conducted in the kindergarten age, 98% of the kids proved that they are at genius level, and the same set of students were taken at when they were 8 to 9 years. Then 50% of the students moved to the genius level, and again the same set of students were taken for the experimentation of the study. Then hardly any students reached the genius level. So it's a clear fact that we all have that ability of divergent thinking when we are born, and it is hampered as we grow if the right environment is not created, right? So as leaders, are we giving that environment to our teachers? Because I come from a school background, so I'm referring to the teachers. So that is about awareness shift. When we are aware of all these facts, we try to think what to do, how to do, what type of environments we are supposed to create to reach the destination. The second is identity shift. Most of us have this aura around us taking our identity. So as long as we are having that identity aura around us, we might not be the real leader in our organizations or in our homes or in our schools, wherever we are. So the identity comes with the intellectual ability, qualifications, degrees, our positions. So-called these designations are only to facilitate the systems. They don't facilitate the system. So they are important. But are we moving away from that identity and giving that environment to the teachers that I'm working with you on the ground? So as long as we have that thinking, teachers might not be comfortable to come out of their comfort zone, to do experimentation, to make mistakes, to learn more. So leaders, they have to have the shift of identity and become part and parcel of the community as participative and principle-centered leadership. That's about the identity shift. The third shift, what he mentioned, is about mindset shift. The mindset shift again comes, I'm cutting it short because I've given 8 minutes, I think. Yeah, I have 2 more minutes, 2 to 3 minutes. So the third thing what he mentioned is mindset shift. Mindset shift is not, I'm not going to refer about fixed mindset to growth mindset and all that. It's about the shift from the way we think in terms of, giving solutions to our teachers. It's not required to give solution to the teachers all the time, right? So that is about delegation and empowering them. So empowerment, delegation is more important. That is about mindset shift. When we don't empower, they don't try. And why most of the leaders do this? Because we are tuned to that habitual way of thinking that if we are a leader, we should know everything. We should be right. We should give solutions. So if someone asks me to try one technological tool or app, I can't use all the tools that my teachers used. And on open forum, I can say that I don't know. I am not a tech savvy person, but I can drive my teachers how to learn what is required. Maybe that app or tool is required the most for the teacher, for my learners. Maybe something else is required for me as a leader. So we have this feeling that I should know everything and I should project that as if I know everything. So that is the mindset shift, right? And the fourth one is paradigm shift. Actually, he mentioned different examples, but I took and I'm relating to the school scenario. That's it. The paradigm shift is the importance of the feedback. How many of us as directors, CEOs, principals go and ask feedback? What do I need to improve myself in me, in knowledge, skills, attitude, values, which we call it as the combination is called holistic education, we all know. So in that so-called holistic education of knowledge, skills, attitude, values, where do I need to improve to become a better principal, to become a better director, to become a better CEO? So taking feedback and working on that actually helps us to grow. That is the shift if we have to face the VUCA world. Because we are giving freedom, this helps us to grow, us to learn, to become a better leader. So that is the fourth one is paradigm shift. I'm cutting it short. Otherwise, we can take 6-hour session on all the 5 things, right? And the fifth one, what he mentioned is shift from fear to psychological safety. See, always people use the word people resist change. What I feel is people don't resist change. People enjoy change. Only they resist when they know that the comfort zone might not be the same. The result might be negative. The result might be a loss. The result might be a disadvantage. If we give that psychological safety as leaders to our stakeholders, hey, everything is going to be okay, we all are there in this, then they don't have the fear of experimentation. It's about giving that emotional safety environment. So managing it, all these are very simple things, right? But if we have these 5 shifts, awareness shift, mindset shift, paradigm, taking the feedback, growing ourselves, bettering ourselves, and I added the 6th one. I think it is the most important thing for a leader is values-driven leadership or principle-centered leadership. Because if a person, not as per the role or the designation, but as a person, if you are strong or if I'm strong in my values and principles, and when I know the purpose of my designation or purpose of my existence, I never compromise on any other parameters. So change should happen. Leadership the style should improve. Leaders should change, but that cannot happen when one school, one college, or few schools, few college. This leadership should be there at every level, right from classroom to the policy makers, to the government officials, to the bureaucrats. So if all these are things in place, maybe then we can achieve the results of NEP 2020. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Just if for 1 minute, if you could just stay around. And thank you so much for these wonderful thoughts that you've shared with the entire gathering. May I request Dr. Brijesh Karya, Chief Operating Officer, Singhani Education Services Limited, Mumbai, Maharashtra, to please come and felicitate Dr. Jyoti Reddy. Dr. Brijesh Karya, thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. A round of applause, please, for Dr. Jyoti Reddy. Thank you. Thank you so much. Moving ahead, I would now like to request Mr. Mahesh Balakrishnan, Development and Recognition Manager, India and Nepal International Baccalaureate, to please come and share his presentation. Mr. Mahesh Balakrishnan.
Thank you. A lot of familiar faces. I hope you're not all impatient with the delay. I hope to stick to my time. Okay. Yeah. And hope is not a strategy. Okay. Manish started by speaking about math, about language, cognitive development, critical thinking, moved on to sports and swimming. We talked about skills of the future, jobs of the future. You'll see some elements of this in all the IB programs. IB is today seen as an international board. Many of you may not be familiar that our programs can also be used as wonderful frameworks under which you can implement the NEP. So I'll focus on that. And before I start, how many of you think that our Indian university graduates, university graduates are not ready for industry? How many of you think? Good. You'll be surprised. I read an article in Inc. magazine in October of 2021. Even industries in Canada and US think the same. But the NEP makes an effort to change that, and I hope that we, with our IBCP program, would contribute to that as well. He mentioned about fearlessness, and I will talk about our IB learner profile, caring, and risk takers. I think that's very critical, apart from the others, which many of you are aware of. So I will not go deep into that. But I think this connects somewhere to what all of us as educators are trying to do. So what is an IB education about? Focused on learners, conceptual understanding, moves away from rote learning. And I like to say this very often. If you've seen two Bollywood movies, Tare Zameen Par and Three Idiots, it lies somewhere between in the Indian context. And usually international education is seen not that much of rigorous, or the content is not seen as rigorous, which is not true. Students need to learn a lot of life skills as they go along. Many of you are familiar. Today in India, we have the IB in state schools as well as private schools. IB is present in over 150 countries. We now have a new program, standards and practices being implemented, which is the PSP 2020, which is a development approach. Schools which are familiar with PSP 2014 would love the 2020 because it's a continuous development approach. And many of you are familiar with our primary years program. People are familiar with our diploma program, and as a destination or using the IBDP to go overseas. It's a myth I want to burst that many of our IB students continue their higher education in India at top universities and colleges in India. Not necessarily IIT, but equally good colleges. You are all familiar with the NEP, so I will not go too much into that, but just sharing that all our IB programs align very well with the NEP requirements, including teacher training, because IB mandates teacher training right from the head of the school to the program coordinator to all the teachers and the support teachers as well. Librarians, counselors, they all need to undergo professional development workshops, which I think is critical. Many of you are familiar with the primary years program. It's a framework. Schools in India are using the PYP in different formats. One is in the international curriculum framework. Experienced educators can write their own structure and use the IB PYP. And a lot of schools in India are using the national curriculum structure within the IB PYP framework. So that's something which I encourage many of you to take, or all of you to consider as you go ahead. Another thing is, not many know that IB PYP also has a very good early years component. Okay, can be inquiry through play, something which is very popular, and schools can operate only as an early years IB PYP, apart from 3 to 12 years of age or in the Indian context, up to class 5. Transdisciplinary in nature. The NEP talks about classroom ratios, student ratios. We've always had inclusivity and access in our IB schools. Students learn to become self-directed. They love what they learn and embark on the journey of lifelong learners and develop good personal values as a foundation to flourish. Schools also realize the benefits of the IBPY. The IB Middle Years program was not too popular because we didn't have a checkpoint exam. We have a wonderful grade 10 e-assessment, which is an on-screen examination, not an online, but an on-screen examination. And many of the things, like I was talking to somebody said STEM and STEAM cannot be implemented. That's a myth. Okay. So as a framework, you can use the IB MYP. You can do 6th to 10th or 6th, 7th, 8th, or even 9th and 10th. The IB MYP is growing in popularity and has got very good planners to frame the curriculum. The NEP talks about experiential learning, math, arts, social sciences, humanities, and coding, all of which are present in the MYP. And the way you do it is, say, digital learning can be horizontal across all subjects, not necessarily as a subject called computer science. Sciences, again, you could have individual sciences or integrated sciences. I was talking about the program which is becoming very popular in India. It's called the IB Careers Program, which draws on the strength of the IB diploma. The IBCP. The IBCP is an independent grade 12 qualification recognized by the Association of Indian Universities, University of Mumbai, and many others as a grade 12 qualification. So it's 11th and 12th school timetable study. You can if you want, but why would you do it? I would think the NEP draws heavily on the IB. Yes. Now, schools will operate under the NEP, period. Yes. Yes. What I'm saying is all the earlier things which I said are special. You are not focusing what CBSE and other curriculums are translating into or transitioning into is already there in the IB. So it makes it easier for schools to adapt and implement. So I will come down to that 11th and 12th. I'll tell you about the structure as well. So IBCP is career oriented. You would take, say, 2 subjects from the IB diploma. I'll give an example, say business management and economics. You will have an IBCP core, which is like reflective project, language development, personal and professional skills, and service learning. And then you would have a deep down study of a career related field. Okay, it could be in artificial intelligence, could be in sports management, could be in filmmaking, psychology, and so on and so forth. Other boards can do it with one subject usually. We have deep down an industrial experience, mentors, lot of stuff. Yes, but that is coming up here. We already have in place. Okay, So the IBCP prepares for challenges of life. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Yes, 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 on par. Okay, and that's the equivalence which has been provided by the Association of Indian Universities. Okay, and very importantly, it has got internships, industry internships. It has got case study method of teaching and learning, a lot of other things. It's you cannot do say, for example, a CBSE or a IBDP and the IBCP. No, it has to be either or, either one of them. Okay. So, sorry, this is not clear. It's quite clear here. For some reason, not clear there. So we have a lot of buckets: technology genre, media and communication, hospitality management, psychology, journalism, AI, data science, robotics. All these are part of the IBCP. So a student can choose, say, AI, a student can choose data science, or student can choose filmmaking and progress to universities within India or overseas. It's a 2-year deep dive into a career-related field of study. Number one. Many of the students can also take a break or a gap year after grade 12, enter into industry because they have the requisite skills. One. And all of you are aware that new age universities are coming up as well. Okay, I'll give an example. Many of the universities now have courses like BCom ACCA or BCom SEMA or AI, data science. Okay, so our courses would have very good pathways to such courses because the students are coming with prior knowledge and experience. And without diluting the effect of the service learning part of it, the community service, and so on and so forth. That's it. I think I stuck to my promise. Colonel Shekhar, I am on time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for honoring the time request. And may I request Dr. Jyoti Reddy to please come on stage and felicitate Mr. Mahesh Balakrishnan, Development and Recognition Manager, India Nepal International Baccalaureate. Can we have the memento, please? Can we have a round of applause, please? And can we have one photograph with the magazine as well, sir? If you... Thank you, Mr. Balakrishnan, and thank you, Dr. Jyoti Reddy. Thank you so much. Thank you. Moving on to the much awaited panel discussion, the first panel discussion of the afternoon, which is on National Education Policy, NEP 2020, Integrating 21st Century Skills in Schools. We are honored to have with us a list of esteemed panelists joining us today. Dr. Brajesh Karia, Chief Operating Officer, Singhani Education Services Limited, Mumbai, Maharashtra, who will be moderating this session. May I request Dr. Brajesh Karia to please join us on stage. Can we please welcome Mr. Dr. Brajesh Karia with a round of applause? Thank you. Ms. Shanti Menon, Principal, the Dean's Academy, Bengaluru, Karnataka. Ms. Menon, if you could please join us on stage. Thank you so much. Ms. Rahila Tabassum, Principal, Jain Heritage, Cambridge School, Shamirpet, Telangana. Dr. Chandrasekhar DP, Chief Executive Officer, Jain Group of Schools, Hyderabad, Telangana. Sir, if you could please join us on stage. Okay. Dr. Alam Sliva Reddy, Chairperson, Hindu International School, Hyderabad, Telangana. Dr. B. Ebenezer, Principal and Head, SVKM School, Mehboob Nagar, Telangana. And Ms. Mary Shanti Priya, Principal, Vista International School, Hyderabad, Telangana. May I request our esteemed panelists to please take their seats, and I hand over the session to Dr. Brijesh Karya to take the deliberations forward. Thank you. Can I have some mics, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. I couldn't hear anything. My problem is I'm a teacher by profession. So whenever I wish my students, the answer is usually very loud. So let me try that one more time. Good afternoon, everyone. So what? Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. I'm sure we are all here to learn. Thank you so much, sir. So with the permission of the panelists and the audience, can we do one small activity before we start the panel, please? Yeah, can we please stand up, all of us? Right? Very simple. When I say one, we have to stomp our right foot. Is that clear? Everyone, come on. Only one request. It has to be coordinated, everyone together. Is that fine? So come on. One. Beautiful. I hit the stage. You have to be careful. Otherwise, all of us are here on the ground. Yeah. When I say two, we have to stomp our left foot. Is that fine? So come on. Two. Beautiful. And when I say three, you have to give a high five to the person standing next to you, left, right, anywhere will do. If there is nobody standing next to you, just clap. I said clap and not slap, okay? So please don't read between the lines, all right? So come on, let's try that. Three. Worst coordination I've seen in my life. Believe you, believe me. That was the worst. Shall we try that one more time? So come on, three. That was not better. Let's do one thing. Let's decide up kisko tali marne wale. Then I'll say three. Is that fine? Tali marne. High five. That's it. Perfect. Shall we start? Three. Okay. Super. That was lovely. So now all three together. Is that fine? So come on. 1, 2, 3. Super. 1, 2, 3. One last time. 1, 2, 2. Hello. What happened? So this is what happens. We instruct our children so clearly, but they don't follow our instructions. Am I right? Please, on that note, we start the panel. Thank you so much. All right. So I would like to first and foremost welcome the esteemed panel here. I'm sure we have a galaxy of stalwarts here in their respective fields and domains. And I'm sure we're going to get a very, very enriching experience in the next 30 minutes of what we have to keep as a time limit. So I'm sure brevity is going to be a strong suit for the next 30 minutes, all of us. Right? So now I'd just like to go back a couple of years when one fine day an announcement was made, one fine night rather, that we're entering a lockdown, schools are going to be closed. And then all of a sudden we realized that the buildings are not the school anymore, the children are. Right? And I would like to take my hat off to all the teachers of the country who made sure that the education does not suffer. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the teachers of this country? See, I come from Mumbai, and as they say, we live in matchboxes. Right? So imagine one family, their father is doing his work on his laptop, the mother is working as well, teachers are teaching, daughters and sons are learning on the school. Hats off. And the best part was when teachers were teaching, the families were listening. Can you imagine? And judging, more importantly. So it's like a surgeon doing a surgery with an audience watching him. Same thing. So I think the teachers deserve a huge round of applause. The kind of work that they have done is absolutely unbelievable. Right? Now coming to the NEP 2020, I'm sure we've heard a lot about it. But we try to basically deep dive into the skilling aspect of it today. And I saw we've got some wonderful names to pick here. Right? So what I do is I'll have one round of questions for all of us. And we get 3 minutes each to answer that. So let's try to be crisp and clear. I know for a teacher 3 minutes is very short, but we'll try our level best, right? So I'd like to start with Dr. Ebenezer. Right, the first question comes to you, sir. So basically, NEP talks about skill. I understand that, but unfortunately, Indians are used to constructive thinking. Over the years, we have been all accustomed to that. How do you introduce contemporary subjects? Because on one hand, we are talking about the core competencies of math, science, social studies, English. I understand. On the other hand, there's a world out there which is talking about coding, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and the works. Right. So how do we introduce these contemporary subjects in our school curriculum? Sir? How do you go about it?
Thank you, Brijesh, for the question. Uh, Esteemed panelists and more and most esteemed audience here. Once again, I salute all the teachers in us who have really risen to the occasion during this pandemic. And really, the pandemic has been a table turnaround for all of us to ascertain and understand that learning can happen virtually. No doubt about it. Fine. The question that you asked is very pertinent, Brijesh. I would like to say that most of the questions to this particular question, most of the answers to this particular question have been addressed through the NEP, provided we do it very religiously and implement it in totality. Let me ascribe the pride of our NEP that it is in cohesion with global skill framework, which talks of three L's, that three important skills, that is life and career skills, learning and innovative skills, information, media and technology skills. And the skills that have been presented in our NEP 2020, I think we can broadly classify them again into three types. One is learning skills, second is literacy skills, third is life skills. Now, all these skills more or less would have been implemented in our schools or probably is being implemented in our schools. But the question is, are we preparing children for exams or are we preparing them for life? If we are preparing children for exams, that is the end of their life, I must say, because we are more focused sometimes on making them as marks making machines. I think it's time that we have to think further beyond that. When I say, I would like to draw some inferences from our dear friend Hari Prasad, who told us about the swimming pools. So I would like to take the same concept of swimming pool. See, we have to have a change in our ideology or change in our thought process or change in our way of implementing things. If a child is to be taught swimming, you have something called as a baby pool. Am I right, sir? It is the baby pool first, then the actual swimming pool. So what is happening in the schools is we are preparing children and making them jump into the deepest part of the actual swimming pool, and the children are unaware how to move their hands and feet. So a replica of what exactly is going to happen in real life situation, if that can be created in the schools like a baby pool, which requires three I's, I must say. I. That is involve, incubate, and innovate. If we think on those three important aspects, involve children in that. Why can't I create a kind of summer internship for my class 9, class 10 child about how a McDonald's works or a Domino's works? Probably he could become a foodpreneur. We don't know that. Why don't we involve a child into a research mode through our Atal Tinkering Labs and give them problem-driven, research areas? We have done that. Create a box called the problem. Ask them to drop in questions of problems in their real life, and then pick one and say, this has been selected for the month for the project. Incubate it, involve children, incubate it, take help of, people who are experts in that and try to innovate. I heard one of the guest speakers in the inaugural forum speak about how it was done. I can give you one example before I close. That is, we know there is a lot of problem with street lighting. And now cities like Hyderabad or Bangalore, there are a lot of flyovers being built. Down the ramp, why don't you have rollers which can be connected to a dynamo, and in turn, the same thing lights up the streets? This idea has come up in the previous schools where I worked, when we gave them a problem and they came up with a solution. Children are brightest. Abdul Kalam also was not born scientist. He was made. It was because of his teacher who took him in the evening and showed him how the swans flew in air. So involve, incubate the thought, and give them resources so that they can innovate. That is possible. And these three skills which are there, that is, the learning skills. We speak about critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication, of which collaboration is the most difficult skill to be trained, because something comes in between collaboration and innovation, that is called as the ego. Why should I give up why should I sacrifice my thoughts? My idea is the best. If those ideas can be collaborated, it could be used for the best cause of, science and technology. Thank you so much.
Very well articulated, fantastic point. So I think two takeaways that I have from your answer. So one is do small pilot projects first, at smaller level, the baby pool example that you gave us was fantastic. I think do a small pilot, make sure that things are working properly, and then, so as they say in English, first nail it and then scale it. I think that is the whole idea that Sir is trying to put forth. And of course, the 3 I's, fantastic. Give them real life problems to solve. I'm sure they'll be connected to the better world, right? And I'm sure with the tech resources at our disposal, I'm sure that day is not far away. How many of you are very adept at tech? Let me have a small interaction with the audience here. Very, very adept. Actually, let me put it in a very simple manner. How many of you on Facebook? This is a small survey. Wow, almost 100%. How many of you on Instagram? Oh, it's become 70%. How many of you on Snapchat? I can see only 3 hands now. And how many of you are on Discord? 1. In fact, I'll just share a small incident in one of the schools that I visited in North India. The exams were going on, sir. And there's a website called as Discord, where you create common servers where students come and interact. So the moment the teacher put up a question paper when online exams were happening, some students simultaneously used to put up the answers as well. And everybody in the class is putting full marks. So even the teacher started thinking, am I such a good teacher? Am I teaching so wonderfully that everybody in my class is scoring full marks? So you can imagine, basically the children are digital natives and we are digital migrants. We have to go up to their level and make sure that we are there, right? So sir, you spoke about skills, the 21st century skills, because that is what, when I speak to corporates, they come back with the feedback that what is taught in the schools, the colleges and universities, vis-a-vis what is required in the real life, tell them matching, right? So that's the skills come in, especially the 21st century skills. I'll add an extra scene, that's the critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, communication. Fifth is of course curiosity, because that is one aspect I think the children should never give up. So how do you make sure that these skills are a part of our lesson plans in line with the NEP? So Dr. Reddy, if I have to ask you, that if we have to implement these skills in our lesson plan or to our curriculum, not as an additional subject, but as a part of the curriculum itself, how would you go about it? So we have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, basically it is laboratory or the classroom may not be a sort of a practical idea that we teach them. They are only, it is a baby pool, stepping stones. And they have to come out of the classroom. They have to step to the field. Kids, for children, it may be difficult to come out of it, but however, they have to make an effort. All our institutions have to gear up. In the 20th century, 2020 education policy, this is the main thrust. Education beyond the classroom. Education maybe in the absence of teacher. Of course, teacher definitely is required, no doubt about it. Nobody can replace. But however, there is thinking, their planning, and everything has to go beyond. We are only torch bearers, maybe helping them in order to kindle them, and they have to carry on the rest. That's what I fully believe.
Brilliant. Thank you. That was so short and very crisp, right? So fantastic, sir. Thank you for that short answer. So moving on to Ms. Mary Shantipriya. Ma'am, holistic education is becoming the need of the day, and I'm sure I've been traveling across the country. I'm extremely happy and proud to say that we are seeing this in the ground. The kind of emphasis that is given to sports, the kind of emphasis that is given to other multiple skills, arts, fine art, is just amazing, especially the second generation, third generation education is taking over. I'm seeing a huge emphasis on that. So how do you make sure that holistic development is implemented across the country? What are your views on that? On how can principals go about imparting holistic education to children, apart from having trust only on academy?
Good afternoon, everyone. So we as a school, when the NEP policy has come out to ensure that there is a holistic all-round development, we were focusing on the sustainability skills actually. My personal experience, we are all educated. If there is a problem with the tap in the house or a switch in the house, we literally cannot deal with it. Either we have to call for a plumber or an electrician. I'm not talking about big skills over here at all. I'm talking about the sustainability skills. Very, very clear we are about it. So, as a school, we thought these are things which every child should learn, and this is the right age. School is the place where we can give the platform. When thinking about these school skills, equipment, trained faculty is something. It's going to be a challenge. It's an investment, mindset of people. Multiple things come into. So we have gone in a collaboration with Maulana Azad University. All thanks to the university for agreeing with that. So we are sending our grade 9 and 10 students over there to learn those skills on every Saturday. Again, coming to that, we have picked up 5 trades over there. So electronics, the need of the hour, very fancy term, and plumbing, electrical, refrigeration and air condition, and draftsmanship. The moment we rolled out the circular for the students, the number of demand for electronic was huge. When it comes to plumbing, refrigeration, the takers were very, very minimal. Kind of between the kids, we could see that they were pulling one another's leg. Acha, tomorrow you're going to clean the washroom in the school and clean the tap or fix the tap over there. So we had to educate. This is our mindset. And again, if you really look at Hyderabad as a place obsessed with engineering and medicine. Sorry to say this, I'm a Hyderabad. And the first year of engineering majorly is a trait where they learn all these kind of skills. But when they get into engineering, they just go with the focus of only the scores and the numbers, not for the learning outcome. Hence, someone was speaking in the morning saying that we have graduates, but unfortunately, when they come into the industry, they really cannot present themselves well. So that is where we thought as a school, we should definitely put our foot forward and take it up seriously. We had to talk to the parents, talk to the children, make them understand how important it is. That is for the 9, 10, 11, and we left the 12 because it is the board class. We didn't want to disturb them. Moving ahead with the 6 to 8, we were again very mindful that is a very creative age. We thought a lot of creativity broods in that age. We need to give them the scope and the space. So we went in connect with the entrepreneur skills. We made it as an incubator, as Dr. Ebenezer was sharing. We made it an incubator. Everyone has to do the program. Because we don't know who has got the creativity. You don't know how it is going to shape up. Connecting to that entrepreneurial skills program, we are also giving a makerspace lab at school, where they're left free to work on projects, free hands-on. There's a facilitator. I'm talking facilitator, not a teacher.
Sorry, I'm going to have to give you a 30-second time.
Okay.
Sorry for being a villain.
No, sorry, it's okay. So we thought this is how, as a school, we need to think about to develop the children moving ahead so that they can see very well with the policy which is coming in, rather than wait for someone to handle us and guide us as to how we have to go about. Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you so much. I think that's a real life, as I said, experiential learning. Beautiful, beautiful, man. Thank you so much. Right? Talking about experiential learning, one very interesting aspect that I am always very fascinated about. NEP talks about 10 Bangladesh days or 10 days without walls, where you have to teach the children, something without using books, take them to a garden or something. So experiential learning. And this is where also it talks about the regionalism of the country, India-centric curriculum. Because every state has got some of its speciality, be it language, be it culture, be it the tourist places. My native is Gujarat, Rajkot. I didn't know till the age of 30 that there's a beautiful forest next to 2 hours from our place called Gir Forest, and there are lions there. You can go and see them live. I wish when we were children somebody had taught us that, So I think that opportunity has come to us now. So, ma'am, Ms. Shanti Menon, how do you incorporate these two things, the regional cultures that are prevalent in every state or the country with the 10 backless days or the 10 days without walls? So the children get experiential learning in real life, ma'am. How would you go about it?
I just take off from that line that is Dr. Reddy, this is Dr. Reddy, that while we are grounded to our culture, we also have to be global citizens. So it's very critical that children know the culture and feel proud of what their country has to offer them. So having said that, I come from an urban school, so we don't have absolutely no connect to the innate Indian culture that we have in terms of artisans and the people of that time. But nevertheless, we can always start with simple things. Pottery is something that is part of every state's, every community's culture in the country. So we do a bit of, we started with just, decorating diyas for Diwali maybe 10 years back. But today, children like to create their own diyas. They don't want us to buy the diyas. So it started with something very simple. Little did I know LAP is going to be asking us to do something like this, but clay is a big purchase for us at the beginning of the year because children like to make a lot of their stuff. And, we have a small little tin and spoon in which they fire their little products. Of course, a lot of it breaks. But having said that, we also started thinking through what other things that can be done without having to really go looking for artisans. I'll come to that a little later, but what we also did at our school was gardening was another very simple thing. Children today live in flats. Bombay, I know, matchbox houses, but largely in Bangalore too, our houses are becoming matchbox size. So they have little pots. So our gifts to them are always a sapling or seeds. The children's day for birthdays, everything, it's always a sapling or a seed. So we start with that. We've also created little plots. So these are things I'm sure every one of us do. But today the need is for us to reach out to those artisans in our cities. So that, so the three things that I thought through would be that either we send our children there on a regular basis to identify, of course, the kind of artisans that are available, starting with, painters, sculptures, wood carpenters kind of thing, and let the children spend time like she has planned it out with them. The second thing is maybe invite them into our schools. And the third thing is, of course, empower our own faculty to get them to train closely with these people so that at the end of it, the children start feeling they soil their hands. I think it's so important that children know how to soil their hands. They're levitating at a certain stage, especially, I don't know about the rest of you, but my school comes from a very urban place, locality. And the kind of background is, I don't want to be elitist, but IT crowd. So, they don't really know how to dirty their hands. So starting with getting them to do these things is phenomenal. So Backless Days doesn't really mean just indulging in arts and crafts. How many of them really like to do Indian classical dancing or Indian classical music? They don't. The minute you tell them a dance performance and so on, so thing, there's one belly dancing, a jazz or something like that which comes in. Yes. There's always a Western music choir. How many of us can boast of Indian music choir? How many of our children play Indian musical instruments? So all of this should be part of it, and that's something that I do very vehemently. I'm an artist myself, and so I believe in the Indian culture, which I felt is part of my personality. I am today what I am because of my very deep-rooted, be bearing in Indian culture, and that's something I felt works very well with my students. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It makes me want to visit each and every one school, listen to the brilliant ideas, So I'd just like to share one small anecdote of what we're doing at Singhania Group about this, man. So we have tied up with majority tourism councils across the globe. So we are taking our children to Dubai Aquarium, Singapore Zoo, NASA on a virtual visit, on the Backless Days. So they get to learn, there's a guide there, he interacts with them. So I'm sure if any of you all need any help connecting with those guys, kindly let us know. We'll be more than happy to do it as a part of, basically helping implement the 10 Backless Days, right? So coming to the next question, Rahila ma'am. So basically, ma'am pointed out a very interesting point when she started her talk that there's an interesting dichotomy. On one hand, we're talking about retaining culture. On the other hand, the NEP says the children have to come about the narrow mindset and move towards the idea of the 21st century. So it's traditional versus modern, the dichotomy is always in place, right? How do you address this? Because as you said, they have to fly and soar in the air. At the same time, they have to be humble and rooted to the ground. So how do you achieve this fine balance between the two, where they are citizens of the modern century like You take any tech company of the world today, majority of them have Indian CEOs. So I'm sure something that Indians are doing right as far as education is concerned, right? And at the same time, culturally, you have one person who comes from a tribal area becomes the president of India, you know? So there's some chord that we've connected there as well. So how do you maintain the balance between traditional versus modern life? I think you can use this.
Hello.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries on and off the dais. Thank you for this question because it incorporates all the questions what you have asked till now. So, as a principal in my school, I would like to give few examples which we are doing, which caters to this question. So, very first thing, as you told, Indian culture. Recently, I'll give you one example. We had our Investiture Day ceremony. So usually we have welcome dance, which I asked my dance teacher to choreograph in a Bharatanatyam style. So the students found very difficult in the initial stages because I appointed a classical Bharatanatyam dancer who's trained and certified from Tamil Nadu. So in that way, I wanted to have this as a after school hours training also for the people who are living in the vicinity. At the same time, students came after the function because the colonel was there, who was really impressed and everybody applauded a lot and they were really happy. So students came and told, ma'am, instead of salsa or African beats or whatever it is, we want to learn Bharatanatyam. And I told the person who learns Bharatanatyam can easily adopt other dance forms. So that is what Indian culture all about. So this is one example. At the same time, we are teaching after schools Kuchipudi, folk dances, which is somewhere gone out of the box, and Bharatanatyam. These are the things which brings back the culture. At the same time, when we are talking about Indian culture and reaching to the top level, which is nothing but artificial intelligence, coding, and at the same time programming, well, when you talk about certain things, ma'am rightly said about sustainable development, things which a child has to incorporate because ultimate goal of education is for life. So skill-based learning is something which is really important in the school, and I as a leader look forward to that. And when I speak about this, though the pandemic was there, thanks to technology, which made us to run the schools and cater to the needs of the students. In that pandemic also, we had one research program with the collaboration with international schools of Sharjah, Dubai, Kerala, Karnataka, where these sustainable development goals were taken as a project to research, and that was presented. And where it is a student-led conference happened online. So I thank to both the things like technology, at the same time research, which we want to inculcate in students to understand what is sustainable goals all about. And when we talk about these 17 sustainable goals, which is fixed by UN General Assembly to achieve by 2030. So these, we have to do the sowing right now. If most of the places I feel this is not being done. So that we look forward. And at the same time, when we talk about again coding and talk about programming, artificial intelligence, innovation director by name Justin Elio has rightly said, after certain years, like 10 years later, when you see 40% of employment will be taken away by artificial intelligence. So we have to train our students into this. How do we do that? My school, I proudly would like to announce that we have taken a robot, which is socialite, humanoid, educational robot, which even teaches students in absence when there is, I don't want to do substitute also. When we talk about STEAM and STEM education, at the same time, these can be catered in day-to-day life where they learn STEM education through this. Programming is also done, robotics also is taught, coding is also taught. When you do this with a robot, this gives a hands-on experience, which we talk about problem solving, at the same time, creative learning, innovation, which we wanted to do, because the upcoming culture is all about entrepreneurship, gig economic. So these things we have to cater right at the beginning, which we are doing now. So if we don't start it now, the goal what we have fixed, that 2030 what we call about, we will not be able to achieve. So this is the whole collaboration what we do at school. Thank you.
I think wasn't that wonderful? And believe you me, nothing gives me more joy than an educator talking about gig economy, artificial intelligence. I mean, believe me, I wouldn't have thought this was possible 3 years back before the pandemic, right? I want to ask a simple question of the audience. How many of you all had never ever used Zoom or Google Meet or Microsoft Teams before the pandemic? I think quite a few of them. How many of you have become absolute champions at it now? I'm sure you can catch out the mischievous ones as well, right? Right. So I mean, imagine that's a good side of the pandemic. I mean, technologically, I'm sure, and believe me, NEP mentions the word technology 47 times. So that you can imagine how government is serious about using technology in the years to come. And we've been traveling on the ground, and we've been meeting various state governments. Right. Our mentor, Mrs. Revati Srinivasan, has formed a team to understand NEP on the ground practically. So we are meeting a lot of government functionaries, and we are seeing that a lot of things are getting implemented from the government's end also. So I think things are looking very positive, and I'm sure the future is, of course, bright for all of us, right? So I think, can we have a round of applause for all our panelists? They've given us some wonderful answers, and now we're going to put them on the spot. 30 seconds each, one question. You can't think, you have to answer in 30 seconds. It's rapid fire, right? So we start with you, ma'am, and you'll have to keep passing the mic, right? So, ma'am, if you were made the Education Minister of India for one day, what is it that you'll do on that day?
Okay, if I'm made for one day, I would ensure that the policies which have been rolled out goes to the grassroots level and addresses to the need-based caterers.
One day, will you be able to do that, ma'am?
I will at least try my best.
Oh,
Hope is
lovely.
the fantastic thing, right?
That reminds me of the movie Nayak. You know, Anil Kapoor becomes CM for one day. Brilliant, brilliant. Sir, if you were made in charge of implementing the NEP in India, what is the first thing that you will implement?
First thing that I would like to do on that very day is that is going to be no bag, simply learn from your environment.
Wow, I
day.
wish I was a student in a school in that.
No bag
Fantastic.
and only learn from your environment.
Fantastic, fantastic, brilliant. Sir, which is one practice in the Indian education system that you're not happy with and you feel it should be removed overnight?
It is basically, maybe it is outdated idea or some may not appreciate, but the system of examination.
Oh, brilliant.
That
Sir,
got
it
to
is
be
not
changed.
outdated. Brilliant. In fact, I'd like to share in Zinghania schools, anything ma'am is here? Yes, yeah. So there are no exams till grade 7, only appraisals in between. And I think that's, the parents are extremely happy about it.
I'm not saying
Yeah.
to remove the entire system, sir.
Oh, sure, sir.
Sir.
Sir, I'll tell you one thing, change will not happen overnight. Change will not happen overnight, sir. I'm sure about that. We'll talk about this off platform, sir. We'll talk about this off platform. Sir, let's not take away the attention from the panelists. Point taken, sir. Point taken. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
And just a note, I am not saying that we should remove the entire system, but we have to evolve a new
Brilliant.
system.
I think that is what NEP is all about. They set up Parak just to do that, revamp the entire assessment system. Brilliant. Thank you. Ma'am, which is one practice you feel should be implemented? It is not there in the system today, which we should bring. 30 seconds.
Which is not there in the system
Yeah,
today.
not there in the system today, but you feel it should be there.
In fact, the design of curriculum,
Lovely. So redesign the whole curriculum and reinvent the curriculum. Brilliant. That's very nice. Fantastic.
one day is not sufficient for no bags day.
Perfect. Ma'am, which is that one skill that you feel you should have been taught when you were in school, but you were not taught?
The skill of public speaking and communication.
Brilliant, brilliant. I think
There those days.
I can't concur more on this. I've seen gold medalist CAs, you put them on the stage, they start shivering, they're not able to speak. Right? So that is brilliant. So can we have a huge round of applause for all our panelists? They've been wonderful. Unfortunately, we are running late. We'll not be able to take questions from the audience, but the panelists are available offline. I'm sure we can have individual discussions with them. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yes, sir, please. Oh, sure. Why not? I don't mind. Anybody wants to take a shot and put me in the spot?
Plan assessment for the senior schools. Okay, so you don't do assessments up to grade 7, but what about 12th standard? What would you do? And you have no assessment.
Yeah, perfect. So basically, I would align them with the learning objectives because eventually, if that is met, I'm sure the goal is achieved. So the continuous and comprehensive evaluation implemented virtually very well is what I would do about it. Small exams, smaller intervals, smaller portion, the children will be confident and will be able to go about it better. Right? So that will be my thought. Thank you so much for that, sir. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. And it felt like, I wish I was back in school. So, thank you so much for this wonderful and energetic session, sir. Thank you so much. May I request Mr. Brian Cooklin, Managing Director, North Engineer Education India, Hyderabad, Telangana, to please come on stage and felicitate our wonderful set of panelists and our moderator here, sir. If you could please give a memento to Dr. Brajesh Karia, Chief Operating Officer, Singhani Education Services Limited, Mumbai, Maharashtra. A round of applause for Mr. for Dr. Brajesh Karia. I'm sorry. Ms. Shanti Menon, Principal, The Dean's Academy, Bangalore, Karnataka. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Rahila Tabassum, Principal, Jain Heritage, Cambridge School, Shamirpet, Telangana. Dr. Chandrasekhar DP, Chief Executive Officer, Jain Group of Schools, Hyderabad, Telangana. Dr. Alam Sliva Reddy, Chairperson, okay, sorry, he's not there. Dr. B. Ebenezer, Principal and Head, SVKM School, Mehboob Nagar, Telangana. Ms. Mary Shanti Priya, Principal, Vista International School, Hyderabad, Telangana. Can we have a group photograph, please, along with the magazine and the memento, sir?
The magazine?
Yeah,
The magazine.
Thank you to the August gathering here. Thank you so much for your presence. Moving ahead, may I request Dr. Dhamal Modi, CEO and founder, Sped at Home, to please come and share his industry presentation. Can we please welcome Dr. Dhamal Modi, CEO and founder, Sped at Home, with a round of applause, please.
A very hello. A very good hello. A very good afternoon to all of you all. It's pre-lunch and it's difficult to sustain attention and focus for a very long period. And this makes things challenging even for children to learn when they are not enough of energy in their stomachs. Anyway, before I get to my presentation, just wanted to share that we all have many challenges. In our times when I was very short, I was vertically challenged. There were times where people had their bellies out. Now I'm a little more horizontally challenged. And there are people who are short and horizontally challenged. I call them globally challenged. Okay. Sorry. Multidimensional, true. Today, my presentation is going to focus on children who, during this COVID period, suffered a lot. These are children who had differential needs or children who were with ADHD, autism, and the likes. These children, as I would like to share, suddenly disrupted from education. They found it very, very difficult to study online. I had parents who reached out to me saying, my son is absolutely not sitting. There was a parent who said, I had to tie my son in front of the monitor. There are parents who said, this is so funny, but there was this child who used to urinate in front of the screen, this autistic child. He found it so difficult to learn. The idea with which I am trying to share to you is that most of these children who were having difficulties did not find education come to them. It was very, very difficult. As we go further, the challenges increased because many did not have even the tech capabilities. We tried to see what we can do to make things more effective for these children. We tried one day at a time, one session at a time. The idea was to see how these children can learn. We took small steps to make things effective. We tried pilots with different kind of children to see what can work. We first started with one thing, taking one child at a time. We saw that group learning was not very effective. So we took one child, one session at a time. That was the first thing we did, one-on-one support. The second, we saw that online asynchronous education did not work. So we made it live. So live training program was something that we started for them. We went to the third phase to see that while we started this online education, these children, some became more disruptive, some were more defiant, some would switch off their cameras, and it was very difficult for them to sustain more attention. So we thought, what is it that we could do next? What we did was to build an online occupational therapy module. This came with its own challenges because occupational therapy per se is a offline activity. We got experts from Sion Hospital Mumbai, KM Hospital Mumbai, tried to create an assessment. This assessment and some tabletop activities we started with as the next part of our pilot. This pilot, as we saw go further into the system, we saw that children showed some improvement. We actually subsequently built an entire supply chain to see that these children can be provided occupational therapy equipment at home as per their needs. We finally saw that there was significant improvement in 80% of these children that we were working with. We subsequently did a pilot with children from lower socioeconomic strata, the children who did not have their own devices also. So these were children. This was a project which was piloted along with Tata Group, and we completed a successful 1 year with them. But we also saw that our technology can work for these kind of children also, irrespective of the socio-economic strata that they come from. The mere providing therapy or getting them some access to education actually also made that kind of difference in these kind of children that we were working with. The final part of what I wanted to say was, when we're saying that the increased outcomes that we saw were significantly high compared to children who did not have any kind of exposure, the idea with which we were working was to see that every child who has any kind of differential needs should be enabled. And for that, we said, what is it that we can do? First, we tried to build technology that would help us to scale. We are currently working with over 200 children across 7 countries and creating a significant impact in the learning of every child that we are working with. Second, we are using machine learning and artificial intelligence to ensure that every child gets the necessary therapy that he requires. Third, the system provides a unique content delivery system which ensures 2 things. One, that children with differential needs are engaged in an immersive and participative experience. Last, the whole idea is to see that these children can be moved from the UNESCO Wave 3, which is one-on-one care, to the second part, which is Wave 2, which is where they are provided 1:6 group therapy, and last, where they are getting into independent care. So all in all, the idea is to create an ecosystem for children to see that every child who is across schools gets supported. The idea with which I'm trying to share my experience over here is to make 2 things clear. First, that we are committed to see every child with special need gets the support that is required. And second, we believe in doing it one session at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Just a moment, if you could just please stay around. May I request Dr. D. Usha Reddy, Chief Executive Officer, Meridian Schools, Hyderabad, Telangana, to please come and felicitate Dr. Dhaval Modi, CEO and founder, Spirit Home. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you. Thank you so much. And just before we break into the lunch break, we have another presentation by NEP Aligned Digital on NEP Aligned Digital Solutions for Schools, developed at MIT by Rajat Dandekar, co-founder, and Rishikesh Kale, marketing and business strategist, Visuara. Can we have them on stage? Do we have Mr. Rajat Dandekar and Mr. Rishikesh Kale here? Krishna? Two minutes, okay. So while the gentlemen are coming in, I would just like to inform you that post this, we will break into the lunch, which will be of 40 minutes, and then we will resume after that for the subsequent sessions. Business strategist, Visuara, over to you.
Hello. So before starting the presentation, I'd just like to ask a few questions to the audience. Yeah, the first question is, do you feel that your school has purchased a lot of smart products like smart boards and projector screens, but you feel that you're not making an optimum use of that? The second question is that, do you think that you want to transform your school according to the national education policy? And the third question is that, do you want to take the digital learning at your school to the next level? So if the answer to any of these questions is yes, then this presentation would be very useful for you. So we are Visuara, and we make interactive digital textbooks for hybrid learning in schools. And this program is originally developed at MIT in the United States. So Visuara is founded by three people, myself, my twin brother Raj, and a very close friend Sridhar. All of us graduated from IIT Madras in 2018, and subsequently we went to the United States to pursue our PhDs. So the thing that is common between all of us is that we share a passion to create transformative educational experiences for students. And this common passion actually brought us together and forced us to leave the United States and come back to India. So our journey so far is that we started as a very small seed in the United States, and we have spent a lot of time really nurturing that seed and developing our core strength. Our content is also recently approved by the STEM.org. And after nurturing the small seed, we are now coming to India to really expand the tree that we have built. So what do we offer exactly? We have three main features. Firstly, we offer interactive digital textbooks. Secondly, we offer personalized assessments for the students. And third, we offer student progress report cards. Now, what do I mean by interactivity? So a typical YouTube video can be thought of as a static video. The only controls that a user have in such a video is the start and the stop button. But in the interactive digital textbooks, the teachers will have a lot more control over the video. So imagine you are playing a YouTube video, but you can change the individual characters within the video. Now, once you realize the concept, then there are a lot of applications ranging from science to mathematics as well. I'll discuss two key applications here, mainly virtual laboratories and 3D models. So imagine that a teacher has to conduct a physics experiment without going to the lab at all, but simply by sitting in the classroom. So consider the example of an electromagnetic induction. The current flows through a coil and generates a magnetic field. Now, as a teacher, I don't want to simply consume the video, but I want to change the intensity of the current, the direction of the current, and a lot of individual minor controls. So in this video, the teacher can actually change all these controls and make the class much more engaging and interactive. Another application is three-dimensional models. So there are several models in the field of biology, ranging from human heart, respiratory system, circulatory system, where the concepts are really difficult to draw on the blackboard. So we have provided three-dimensional models for the teacher for easy visualization and for explaining the concept to the students in a much better manner. So this completes the first feature of interactivity. Second is personalized assessments. What do I mean by this? So personalized assessment is a set of carefully curated questions and answers which are based on the principle of inquiry-based learning. Now, one of the main functions of the National Education Policy is to have continuous learning assessments for students. So these assessments that we have created, first of all, they are designed according to the principle of inquiry-based learning, and they really cover the entire syllabus. And every student is seeing different questions, which is the meaning of personalization. So typically in a classroom, there are some slow learners, there are some fast learners, and the way we have created these assignments, it is related to all these type of learners. So typically we start with the questions at the back of the textbook, and then slowly we expand to more complicated and practically oriented questions. Okay, I'm not sure what, okay. And the final feature is the student progress report card. So, so the school that I went to, there the report card was displayed in the form of grades. So at the end, I would receive a report card where I could see that, okay, science is 80%, mathematics is 80%, and so on. But what we have done is that we have created individual report cards for every chapter. So as a teacher, I would like to, as a teacher, I would like to know which exact chapter is where the student is lacking. I don't need an overall grade. So this is what we provide. We provide individual student report cards for every chapter which the teacher is teaching. And one of the another principles of the NEP was focus on vernacular languages. Now that is very difficult for schools because the textbooks are already in the English language and they are already printed. So we have a very unique take on this. What we have done is that we have created videos with minimal use of any language. So really students belong to any region and understand the video because there is simply no language. Here I have shown some snapshots of some of the videos which we have created. And most of the students are visual learners. So they typically understand these videos very easily without the assistance of any language. So this feature of NEP can be taken care of in a very unique way. Now our process of content creation is very unique. So I am a scientist and a researcher, but I don't have the necessary skills of game development or designing videos which are very interactive. So we have assembled a very expert team in which we have not only scientists and teachers like myself, but game developers, animators, and graphic designers. And all of us work together to create this interactive content that I just showed. Now, coming to the question you might be interested in, how can schools use Visuara? There are two main ways. The first optimum way for using is usage by the teachers in the classroom. So our product can be very easily integrated with the LMS which the schools are already having. So it can be used as a classroom assistant by the teachers. Some schools, they might not be having good Wi-Fi capabilities. And currently we have an offline solution also in the form of a pen drive. So you just need to insert the pen drive in the projector and the entire school will be transformed into a digitally aligned school. The second way Visuara can be used is usage by students at home as take-home personalized assessments. So basically, they will take this home, they'll solve the assessments, and the report cards will be available to the teachers. So this is how schools can use Visuara. And the way you can access it is that you can go to this website and we'll provide the school with a unique login ID and password. Once they enter these credentials, they can start using the content. So I really want to emphasize here that you might have heard of several different people providing digital content. But the thing that differentiates us is really the quality of our content, the interactivity, and the focus on the core principles of the National Education Policy. I know it's a big document, but we have really read all of it. And we cannot cover all of it using Visuara, but at least we are taking care of the three main features of continuous learning assessments, personalized learning, and focus on vernacular languages. So basically, if you think that your school is appropriate and would like to use Visuara, then my stall is actually on that side. You can visit me and interact with me. I'll be happy to show a demonstration, and we can also start by conducting a free pilot in your school for 10 days. After the pilot, you can have a look and discuss with your teachers and students and take a call after that. So this brings me to the end of the presentation. Thank you very much for listening. It was nice to interact with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dandekar. If you could just stay for a minute, and may I request Ms. Garima Pawar, Additional Commissioner, Commissioner of Public Instruction, Government of Karnataka, to please come and felicitate Mr. Rajat Dandekar. Can we welcome ma'am with a round of applause, please? Thank you so much, Mr. Rajat Dandekar, co-founder, Visuara. And one photograph with the magazine, if possible. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for being here on stage. We will now break for lunch, and we will resume in 40 minutes here with the next panel discussion. Thank you so much for your patience and your attention. Thank you so much.
भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बात के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साथ मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूं, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टुमारो। भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बात के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साथ मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूँ, IT plus IT is equal to IT. Information technology plus Indian talent is equal to India tomorrow. भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बात के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साथ मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूं, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टुमारो। भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बात के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साथ मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूं, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टुमारो। भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बात के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साथ मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूं, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टुमारो। भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बात के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साथ मैं हमेशा कहता है, IT plus IT is equal to IT. Information technology plus Indian talent is equal to India tomorrow.
Requesting Dr. Brijesh Karia to please join us on stage. We will now begin with our panel discussion on next generation classrooms and learning models, reimagining the role of technology in education. Our moderator for this session is Pratima Sinha, Chief Executive Officer, DSR Educational Society, could not join us for some reasons. So we have requested Dr. Brajesh Karya, Chief Operating Officer, Singhani Education Services Limited, to take up this session, and he's graciously agreed to moderate this session. So we welcome Dr. Brajesh Karya. Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to welcome Dr. D. Usha Reddy, Chief Executive Officer, Meridian Schools, Hyderabad, Telangana. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. S. Indlatha, Principal, Delhi School of Excellence, Manikonda, Telangana. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. Can we welcome ma'am with a round of applause? Radhakrishnan C, Senior Principal, United Indian School, Kuwait. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Ms. Anjali Razdan, Director, Academics, Meluha International School, Hyderabad, Telangana. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Alan Anderson, Director, Principal, Chaman Bhartiya School, Bengaluru, Karnataka. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us. And Mr. Harris Madapelli, Executive Director, PV's Public School, Nilamur, Kerala. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. So over to Dr. Brajesh Karya for steering the discussions forward.
Thank you so much. Can we have a seat, please, all the panelists? So I hope the lunch was good and sumptuous enough. Yeah, how many of you are feeling sleepy? This is the toughest panel to moderate post lunch. You know, I remember ma'am telling once in a conference in Coimbatore that it's lunch, and I'm sure you must have had curd rice, and I'm sure everybody would want to go to sleep after that, right? So anyway, so can we do a small activity before we start? How many of you are good at multitasking? Raise your hands, please. Wow, fantastic. So let's try multitasking, shall we? Can we stand up if you don't mind, please? Let's try multitasking for a bit. When I say one, you have to draw a triangle with your right hand. Triangle with your right hand. Is that clear? So come on, one. Beautiful. It could be any triangle, don't worry, as long as it's a triangle. When I say two, you have to draw a circle with your left hand. Is that clear? So when I say two, you have to draw a circle with your left hand. Come on, two. Brilliant. So one, two. One, two. When I say three, you have to do both together. Simple. Let's try that. Three. I'm seeing a lot of traffic havaldars in front of me. I don't know what's happening. So come on. One. It's only the triangle. Two. So three. 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 I don't know what kind of triangle this is, but nonetheless, we'll accept that. Thank you so much, everyone. You all are fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. All right. So another topic is something that is very, very extremely close to my heart: technology in education. Because I've been working on tech in education exclusively for the last 8 years, and we reached out to more than 100 schools and 50,000 plus students. In fact, during the pandemic, we had the privilege of training 1,000 plus teachers on using technology, right? So I'm sure we have a fantastic panel here, and we're going to get some wonderful insights on the use of tech, right? In the first panel, we spoke about how during the pandemic, you know, it was a boom that every teacher learned tech, and I could see some teachers talking about gig economy, artificial intelligence, which was fantastic. It's so soothing as an educator, right? However, with the schools reopening, I'm sure this is something that all of us had missed for the last 2 years. Eventually, there is no better happiness to a principal or a teacher than children running in the corridors and making some noise. Would you agree? Sure. So I'm sure, but however, keeping the good parts of tech that we have learned in the last 2 years, it's important that we blend the two together, right? And then eventually, this good practice doesn't go away from us in a jiffy, because tomorrow, God knows what's going to happen, and all of us need to be ready for what's coming our way, right? So, ma'am, I'd love to start with you. That basically, when you talk about intelligent use of technology, there are a lot of innovative models. For example, we've been hearing about flipped classrooms, extended classrooms, blended learning, hybrid learning, so many terms coming up, right? So what do you think is the model which is suitable for India, and how would you advise the principals to go about it? What do you think?
Thank you so much for that question. And I think all of us have now kind of realized that we've changed post the pandemic, because I think the pandemic kind of got us to become a little more tech savvy. And if you see, like, you know, like what he mentioned, like flipped classrooms, I'm sure that many of our schools were doing it even prior to the pandemic.
But the basic question here is, we were doing totally online during the pandemic. Now that schools are offline, how best can we not lose out on what we've gained through the pandemic? I think that was the best positive of the pandemic, that everybody just knew how to use technology in a better manner, especially teachers, who are, of course, not digital natives, but we're all migrants. And by the way, I'm very proud to announce that I'm happy to be a digital migrant. I don't want to pretend that I'm a digital native or keep, in the rat race with the children, because I feel that the world also needs people like us to balance out the race in which technology is advancing. When you talk of using technology wisely, few things I've observed. And in fact, I think all of us as leaders and school heads, have gotten to the habit of balancing things well, because each of our environments are different. I have a very good colleague, friend of mine, Revati Srinivasan, sitting right before me. In fact, I'm surprised that she has an edtech, startup now running so effectively. We've heard of metaverse, we've heard of a lot of other things coming into this. To me, I know when I read things like metaverse is like nirvana, where you can transport yourself into a digital world and be immersed in it. It all sounds nice, but not to a person like me. I come from this other side of the spectrum where I say, use technology wisely in school, especially one thing which all of us can do is on Saturdays. Just go, online totally. And, continue to do that practice. We're saving diesel and fuel, and also teachers get a break, and children will also keep in touch. Recently, we had 1 week of rains. Everybody effortlessly slipped back into the online.
Yeah. How many of you all were able to do that smoothly? Wow, fantastic.
Yeah. So I think, to cut it short, I would say, just like Jiddu Krishnamurti had said, that technology is created by the wise mind of the humans. But let us not reach a stage when they will overtake us and the world gets destroyed. Recently, when I was looking at this, I said, one thing I urge all of you as leaders to do, and not pushing the technology aspect, we're all doing it.
Sure.
One thing we must do is to almost have like a detox of technology in all our schools.
Sure.
Because the kids are almost getting like withdrawal symptoms when you hide their gadgets. Don't let them, use their video games or, stuff like that, which I think is very necessary. It's impacting the emotional quotient of the children. And the social impact is also too much because their social skills are coming down. To them, the reality is the virtual world. So I would like to only press upon this one point, that I think when you have, like, you're saying no bad days, I would say no technology days.
Right.
It's a must, and we should all practice it. Otherwise, people will get lost into something and they cannot live without that gadget in their hands. Thank you.
Perfect. That was brilliant. Can we have a round of applause, please? So I think 2 points came out very, very distinctly in that answer. So one was the balance of everything is very important. And two, I think from a tech perspective purely, ma'am. So I think this is where analytics kick in. If you are basically able to measure how much time children are spending on a particular thing, I think that will help the parents keep an eye on what they are doing, how much time, what is the time spent, right? So thank you so much for those insights, ma'am. We were talking about social media some time back, ma'am. So I know that's a very, very double-edged sword, right? Social media, because we get some fantastic positives out of it. We get to know what is happening in the world on platforms like Twitter. We get to interact with professional people on the platforms like LinkedIn. However, people end up spending a lot of time on platforms like Instagram, Snapchat, and whatnot, right? So how do we use these, basically educate the children to use these platforms positively, and at the same time in such a manner that it helps them and benefits them? And what are your views on that?
Thank you. Now, when we are talking about the use of social media in a beneficial manner, see what has brought about the onset of use of social media into the school. It started off with somewhere down the way, how do we personalize education? It started off, can we differentiate education? Can we give individualized education? So when you started off thinking about personalizing education, that is where the entry of social media or different technology came into picture. But what we need to definitely understand is, when we are trying to personalize or individualize education, we are trying to bring in, on one end, we are trying to articulate the learning concepts, the activities, assessments, and we are trying to merge it with the, we are trying to see that the student develops his own skills in his own personalized environment. That is, we are trying to ensure that the student is at the center of learning. That's where all these have come up.
Right.
The student is at the center of learning, and he is free somewhere, has a certain degree of autonomy to choose the way he wants to learn. That is, we are trying to set a pace for his learning. This all sounds very good. But if we look at it, on a bigger scale, bigger aspect, it is happening, but there is always a flip side to the use of all these, because we see in the school, we have given that degree of autonomy or freedom to the children to use different kinds of platforms. But they are not educated enough to understand, or maybe even if they are educated, they might be trying to turn a blind eye to that, but they are getting drawn into what they needn't venture out. So somewhere down the way, how are we going to handle? It's a massive task, please believe me.
Right.
Each and every counseling, sometimes we do feel, is counseling enough? Are they so far gone that getting them back might be a little difficult?
Absolutely.
So there are definitely advantages for everything. You have a plus point, you have to have a minus point, definitely. But how are we going to get them back and move them away? Like ma'am was mentioning about the withdrawal symptoms, we have seen plenty
I'm sure.
of those.
In fact, that was going to be a question to the audience
Yes.
once this
It's,
happens.
it's terrible, but we have to work. We just
Precisely.
can't give up and say no, everything is in it.
Precisely.
So counseling is one way, but like ma'am said, maybe pull them out from that
Right.
slowly take them away. If they say, for a smoker, you just can't one day say you stop smoking.
Right.
So wean them away. Do we do that? We have to find ways. different
Perfect. So I
ways.
think training and educating them is the way forward on that, So I think as educators, if we can have additional sessions in the school, get in professional help to speak on that particular topic, I think that can have a wonderful impact on the students, right, ma'am? So that was a very nice way to put it. Thank you so much, ma'am. How many of you all saw that children are not able to interact like they used to pre-COVID once the school started? Oh, wow. Wow. So I'm sure that is a problem, basically prevalent across the country, and all of us as educators. Okay. Speaking more, I'm sure in the younger age group, I think that was more prevalent, because I have a daughter who's 9 and she was dying to go to school. That, okay, when are the schools starting? So I'm sure I agree with you on that, ma'am. Perfect. Oh, yes. Yeah, because socially, they've been sitting at home for last 2 years. They've not interacted with anyone. So I'm sure the social skills have gone for a toss. I take your point there. Very valid, ma'am. So moving to you, sir. We did a small survey with almost 500 teachers across the country. And we asked them, what is the best thing that technology helped you with in the last 2 years? One common answer that we got 60% was assessments. Assessments. They said technology made our life simple because we did MCQ based questions. We didn't have to correct answer papers anymore. And there was instant gratification for the students as well, that, okay, the test is done, results are out in 5 minutes or 10 minutes. And believe me, sir, as a country, I think we're heading in that direction. All major competitive exams in the country today have gone online. If you see JEE Advanced, if you see CAT, majority of the exams are happening online. And I think the exposure to that comes in grade 11 or grade 12. So what can we as educators do that children start getting to that kind of examination pattern from grade 7 or grade 8 onwards, which will help them do assessments better when they are in grade 11 or 12? So what is your take on assessments with the help of technology, sir?
When I think about assessment, first important thing I wanted to emphasize is it should be personalized.
Brilliant. Super.
Whether it is technology, whether we are using technology or manual, whatever it is, it should be personalized. Why I'm telling it should be personalized? If you take NEP, everywhere it talks about differentiated learning. And when it goes to the end, we go for standardized exam. There itself, the palace of the mansion we are trying to construct on this personalized learning collapses. Because you are talking much about everywhere, wherever we go, everywhere people talks about personalized learning. But what happens about the outcome? How you assess outcome at that in standardized exams? These online exams also, most of the online exams are not personalized. Right? So if we can personalize it, that is the most important thing. The edutech industry must think of it, how online exams can be personalized. Because we have data analysis. big
Right.
data analysis, everything. So it is very easy for us to identify and classify the kids, which is his interest, his or her interest. So accordingly, if we can have personalized assessment also by using digital media, it will be wonderful. As you told, within seconds they can get
Perfect, sir.
the results also. And what is the benefit of it? Now, when children reach 9th standard, we call career counselors. I wonder if we cannot train the students to which option they have to go for after being in the school for 10 to 12 years. It's the failure of the organization. Why this? I am going to the root cause. Why this is happening? Because personalized outcome assessment is not taking place. Many times what happens, personalized learning is there because teachers know the kids in the class. So to a large extent, even assessment, now due to projects, webinars, different things are that through that they are, to an extent, they are able to meet differentiated learning in the class.
Brilliant.
But they are not able to meet the assessment part. So what happens? Children and parents are also not able to understand in what area I'm perfect. And according to that, I can choose my career path.
Right.
Am I right?
Absolutely.
So my earnest request to edutech people over here, because here we can see everything is based on edutech. Everyone wanted to promote. As ma'am was telling in the beginning, we should select for what technology should be used. So what is my suggestion is, when it comes to assessment, that's the question to me. When it comes to assessment, try to make it personalized.
Brilliant. And I think there's a way to do it as well, sir. In fact, I've been talking to many schools. There's
Yeah.
a very interesting concept that they're doing. So first they do something called as a baseline test with students,
Yeah.
where you judge that what percentage is the child standing at, and then you give the content according to that child.
Absolutely.
Somebody
We are
scored
doing the same
90%,
thing.
He
Yeah.
gets a different set of questions. Somebody scored 40, 50%, he gets a different set of questions.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm sure everybody defines their own learning curve, and I'm sure then the children will get what they want.
Yeah.
In the interest of time, I'm going to have to cut you short
Yeah,
here,
yeah.
sir. My
Thank you.
apologies. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the answer. Can we have a round of applause, please? Because there was I've been moderating many panels, but I'm sure there's a beautiful perspective on assessment. I mean, personalization is the key. Fantastic, sir. Thank you. So I think we have done with 3 panelists, 3 more to go. Can we do a small activity to break the monotony? Is that okay? I hope that, or are you going to hit me and make me run out of here? No? Okay, so 2 hands in front of us. I'll need help with the mic, someone, please. So both the hands in front of us. The instructions, sir. The instructions, so the purpose of the game is, or the activity is, to make you follow the moderator's instructions. Is it clear? To check whether you follow instructions or not. Clear? So both hands in front. When I say 3, we have to clap. I repeat, don't slap the person sitting in front of you. Warna josh mein aa jayenge, sir. Right? So when I say 3, you have to clap together. Only one condition. Everyone has to clap together. Coordination is the key. Is that fine? So come on. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, sir. Little late. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Ma'am is free. I repeat together. 1, 2, 3. Come on, one more time. 1, 2, 3. What happened? So we don't follow instructions, moral of the story, right? And we expect the children to follow our instructions. And we get angry on top of that. I mentioned so clearly, still you didn't follow. Anyways, we teachers do it, no wonder they learn. Yeah? All right, moving on. Coming to you, ma'am. So basically, I'm sure all of us have seen a lot of tech initiatives, a lot of tech platforms, right? What are the ideal features in a tech platform that a school should look for? Because there are hundreds of options available, I'm sure. So what is it that you think the school's focus should be that will help them, take this particular technology piece forward in alignment with the school's goals, ma'am?
I don't know what, but I'm not a tech person.
Okay. So you want another question, ma'am?
No.
I'll change it in a minute.
It's like, flip learning. Give me another one. Well, I'll just try to answer this. What are the features that they would want in a technology platform?
I mean, what is it that, because see, there is a journey of 1 to 100.
That's
What is
right.
it that the school should ideally start with so they are on the right track? I mean, to simplify the question.
Right. So I began with saying I'm not a tech person. I don't believe in tech. I hate tech. But then still,
But ma'am, I can tell you
Just
one
to-
thing. I can tell you one thing.
No.
All principals have become tech people, for
yeah,
sure.
yeah, I agree. We are forced to do that. We're forced to do that.
Wow, can we have a round of applause, please? So we have a fantastic.
Yeah, I
that's
was
brilliant.
in Lakshmipat Singhania Academy, the founder principal there.
Oh, lovely.
Right? We are Singhania client, three of us here.
Oh.
And I was the first one to bring in technology through Educom, and he's witness to that.
Wow.
And
wow.
way back in 1997, I think so, when I was in Kolkata.
Lovely.
So I bought tech, but then I still hate tech.
I can
you know?
imagine. I can imagine. Absolutely.
Okay, so coming back to your question, I think if the nearest that I can think of, if technology is to be brought to institutions, is maybe the artificial intelligence.
Brilliant.
You know, something which the technology can think on behalf of the person who is using it, something which we can be a little more sensitized, a little more humanized, a little more, sensitive to people around them and to their own sufferings, if there is. So bringing it very close to human nature. And the rest is, it has a lot of features. Computation is one of the best features technology can bring in. A lot of accounting problems we always find in schools. The things going wrong and accounting problems.
Right.
I think that is the best adaptation if it can be brought.
Super.
And things can be correct. Salary computations, PF computations, and whatever else that goes wrong generally, but that can be brought in. As far as the children are concerned, learning teaching process is concerned, personally, I feel that there has to be a human element, even if it goes wrong.
Agreed.
Even in understanding, there has to be a human element. In the testing, there has to be a human element. There has to be a human element in the learning process as well. Technology will only aid it. Let's not make it a master. Let's not make it a master of our thing, of our lives. It should aid it. And the only place where it can be really, really good, according to me, is accounts. According to me, is calculations and computations. There we are making human errors, and that can be avoided. But otherwise, teaching learning process is full of errors, and I think these errors are what makes us perfect.
Brilliant. So I think some of the best tech solutions coming from a person who hates tech. This is the beauty of it, right? Absolutely brilliant, ma'am. Thank you so much. That was wonderful, right? And artificial intelligence is something that I'm sure all schools will look forward to that, because that is the future that we're heading towards, ma'am. That was brilliant, very, very well articulated. Thank you so much. Coming to you, sir. Now I know there are a lot of things that we talk about tech, but implementation is a major challenge, because in India, it's a very diverse country, right? Not all schools belong to the same strata. Not all students belong to the same strata. I'm sure there's a digital divide. I'm sure there's a social divide. There's an economic divide. So how do we address proper implementation across the various layers of school as far as tech is concerned, sir? How do we train teachers, more importantly, to ensure that they use tech nicely?
Before answering your question, a personal anecdote. When I've been in education in Denmark for more than 40 years, I was a principal of an innovative school, which was the first one to have digital-only learning resources already in 2005. So now when I'm in Denmark, in India, and here the digital optimism, especially from digital startups, I'm a little concerned, because I think I need to state the obvious, that education is there for the development of happy people, of active, responsible citizens who will work for their community, for their country, and for the planet. And therefore, in everything we do, there must be, as Bruce Springsteen said, a human touch, that you also addressed, and technology, and I really embrace technology, but it must go hand in hand with social and emotional development and with community building. And therefore, we need to be together. If we have learned something from COVID, it's not only that we can do school with digital tools, it's more important that we can't really do school with digital only tools. So therefore, when we implement digitalization in schools, and we must and we should, it can help us in many ways, we should ensure that we have a school day with a mixture of digital and analog activities, where the digital tools have the role they need to play. I think we can have a new setup for lessons where we do the basic academic topics with online, where students can work in their own pace. And then we can have classroom discussions where teachers moderate discussions, perspective, relationship to other topics, and so on, so that we can meet on a higher academic level when we meet physically. And then there is a need, and that is important in MEP also, for creative and innovative activities in school. And I think technology is an important part of that. Of course, you can create apps and do all this. And it's so important that the students learn how to be the masters of technology. And that is to create something. So if we have a school day consisting of online preparation, physical activities and community building, and innovative and creative activities, I think we can place the digital tools in the right perspective. And I haven't answered your question yet.
Sure.
Because how can we make teachers do that?
Yes, that's the most important.
And we are actually doing it in my school. It's a new school. Our first academic year was online only. So we had to learn how to do it. So the most crucial thing is everyone must have a gadget. We use iPads. And then we need to create sessions where teachers work together, prepare together, evaluate together, inspire each other. And we did problem-based learning in an online setting. We could only do it with the technology. But they didn't know the work before we started. But because we created reflection sessions, evaluation sessions, planning sessions, and input sessions about PDF, they did it with a very good result. So we shouldn't start with the end goal and say we want perfect tech-savvy teachers. We should start with the army we have and develop from that point. And my experience in India is that that is possible.
So
they want
lovely. And I'm sure the pandemic was ample proof of that. I mean, I've seen teachers 50 years old, 55 years old, who have never touched tech in their life, are absolute masters at teaching with the help of tech today. And that is nothing but, as I said, necessity is the mother of invention, right? Beautiful. I think that was and again, I think we can give a round of applause to the teacher fraternity across the country. The kind of work that they've put in the last 2 years is second to none. Let me tell you that, right? Thank you so much for that wonderful answer, sir. So moving to you, sir. Now the NEP talks about a lot of skill-based learning, right? So 21st century skills like communication, creativity, plus also technical skills like coding, like ma'am spoke about artificial intelligence. How can technology be useful in imparting lessons on these particular skills to those subjects? You think we can do that with the help of technology, sir? Imparting skills?
Yes, I do believe that. And when we talk about this, there is a gap between the teachers and the students. As ma'am rightly mentioned in the beginning, teachers are digital natives and students are digital natives and teachers are digital migrants.
Right.
And we are teaching a generation which is called as Alpha generation, which is born after 2010, which means they have born into technology. The first experience a kid will have coming out of the womb of a mother will be flash of the photograph that the relatives are taking there. This is the world we are living. So, and the teachers are migrants. So when a migrant generation tries to teach or to facilitate a digitally native generation, there is a big divide. So when we talk about machine learning, artificial intelligence, or any other skills which are needed for which we call as 21st century skills, there should be a clear divide or a clear perspective for the teachers. That means what we are going to impart them and how the students will take it. Because when you are talking about social media or skill sets for social media, they will be far ahead of you, which we have to keep in mind, and the strategies for the same has to be developed keeping the mind in this point. And the second thing, when NEP talks about all this, we have to think of integrating these skills with the real-time teaching what we are doing in the classrooms. One of the industry presenters said, mathematics is not a subject, it's a skill. Skill for critical thinking, skill of numerical ability. So this is how the subjects has to be
taught
and has to be designed. So there is a great role for the designing.
Perfect.
And when it comes to implementation. So that is very key element which still we are very, very fast on implementation, but are we that much keen on designing before implementation? That's the
Brilliant.
question.
I think that's a fantastic point. Curriculum design eventually comes first and then the implementation part of it. So I think we've got some fantastic views. Somebody spoke about how balance is important. Somebody spoke about how you have to first design it and then implement it. Somebody spoke about how it should be used wherever it is necessary and not forget the human touch, because eventually all of us agree on one point, that technology cannot replace teachers. I'm sure everybody will agree. But a teacher who uses technology will definitely replace a teacher who can't use technology. I'm sure you'll agree on that point, right? So to conclude, I would just like to say that basically, yes, there are good things and bad things to everything. For example, it's made our life much simpler. 5 years back, we couldn't have imagined you press a button, there's a cab standing near your door. Or maybe you press something and there's food delivered to your door, right? So I'm sure there are good advantages of it as long as it is implemented well, designed well. And as ma'am very correctly pointed out, that there has to be balance and detox. So we don't overdo something, and I'm sure that will help us achieve better outcomes, right? So in the interest of time, we are skipping the rapid fire and moving to the audience questions straight away this time. So we'd like to take a couple of questions from the audience, 2 questions, that's it, because we are running short on time. So this is like a typical classroom, all are looking at each other, pehle kaun haath upar karta hai. And once the first hand goes up, then nobody stops, am I right? Sure, so I'm literally feeling like a classroom. So anybody would like to go first, take a shot? Nobody? So should I ask the questions? They'll be the same as the first panel. Is that okay? All right, so let's start. Anybody last question? Last time? Oh, sir has a question.
Are we overdoing this personalized learning bit? We are living in a society, right? We all look at personalized learning, etc. Are we overdoing it by a significant level? Is a person a social animal, or isn't he supposed to have certain common attributes to be part of the society? Overdoing personalized learning, will it help us or harm us? My question is to anyone who can answer.
In fact, that's a very valid point, and that's why we are seeing more and more introverts in the society nowadays. Community skills are decreasing by the day. Anybody like to take that question? Sir, would you like to start? Yep.
I don't think we are overdoing it, but maybe we are not understanding it to the full extent. I think for learning well-defined concepts, personalization is crucial because they can work in their own pace, with their own learning style, use learning materials that are adapted to their way. But I think community building is equally important. So therefore, classroom activities, group activities, where they become conscious about how dependent they are on other people, how they can learn together, how they can share, how they can inspire, how they can support. So we are overdoing it if we think digital courses can substitute a school.
Super. Yeah,
But
so as I
if a
said,
school
this is
should
the
have a
classroom, I'm
future,
sure.
we need to change. So we need to combine personalization with community building.
To add to him, I'd like to just add here. We have forgotten about kids with learning difficulties, and that's a big chunk. And that figure is tremendous now. And personalized learning, overdoing or underdoing, is definitely going to cater to that section of those people who need personalized caring. And in COVID and in technology time, we've completely forgot that there are children with learning disabilities, and then they have to be catered in a very different way. I hope that answers. Thank you.
Add on to that just one point. So when we, there is another aspect to this personalized learning. What happens is it is also about grouping. I identify a couple of students or children who have similar needs. Then again, we group them. So you are not individualizing every aspect of learning. There is a scope for even grouping them and carrying on with your this
Go beyond the
beyond. Yes, obviously.
jargon which takes us more.
Yes.
You have answered it very well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, yeah, my question is, how can we take into account the parents' opinion? They are against the students or the children using the mobiles, and they take away, literally they take away the mobiles and lock them up. So as ma'am has rightly told, there are withdrawal symptoms and a lot of psychological issues, emotional issues also among the children. How can, as the educator, how can we address this issue?
Well, if it's from the perspective of a parent, I think a great awareness should begin, from all sides, from the school end. But basically, as an individual parent, you are the decision maker in your house. I can show you n number of parents. You can go to any pediatrician. The kid is sick, yet the mother is not really taking care, but just hands over a gadget, and she's doing her own business on the phone. So I said, who's at default here? They're the ones who are spoiling the kids from that age. When we look at it from a student perspective, and especially through the pandemic, the 5E model works perfect. Because first you're engaging the children, you could do it online, and then they're offline, where they're actually doing something hands-on. They come back to the class online, have a breakout session, and the teacher connects the dots in the teaching, points and things like that. Then they elaborate. That's taking it to the next level, and then you have your evaluation. Once this was addressed with the parents, saying screen time can be controlled if it is divided like this, and you understand how much is enough, and how much is needed for the kid, I think it will work. Yeah. Parents' perspective, if you look at it, I think some of them are okay with it, but some of them just give a gadget so they can do their own thing, which is really sad. I don't know whom to blame, the child or the parent. Definitely from my point, I'll say it's a parent.
And the parents, they don't want that to be controlled. They want to be curbed totally.
To add to
That's
Usha
the
Reddy,
point.
Dr. Reddy's point, I'd like to tell you, I think we are very narrowing into some parents which or some parents which are in Hyderabad. We're very narrowing that. Let's make it on a more broader sense. Have the parents got the kind of trust in the schools? Why are the schools scared of parents? What will the parents say? Oh my God, if the parent likes it or not. When the parents have trust in the institution where the child is reading or studying, they will automatically understand that, okay, this is the right thing to do.
Right.
So are we building that trust? Very important. We need not educate the parents, but let's build up that we are on the right track. We are educators. And when we are educators, as what we say is making sense, I think that takes care of a lot of things rather than what the parents are going to say.
Perfect. So I think in
That's
the
it.
interest
Thank
of
you.
time, we'll have to just can we have a huge round of applause? We'll have to cut the session. Any questions, anybody? They'll take it offline post that. So again, to conclude, I'm sure when we talk about technology, we look at the lens of our own schools. But if you look India as a country, I'm sure there's a huge gap. While one student in some corner of the country is studying with an iPad, the other student in the other corner of the country is not sure whether he's going to get his afternoon meal or not. Right? So I'm sure the change will not happen overnight, but I'm sure with discussions on forums like these and collaborations, I'm sure there'll be a way out, and let's be positive towards it. Thank you so much, everyone. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the wonderful panelists, please?
Thank you. Thank you so much to all the esteemed panelists. I request you to please stay over for another minute while I request Mr. B. Ananda Krishnan, CEO Operations, Calorex Group, Ahmedabad, Gujarat, to please come and felicitate all our esteemed panelists here. So if you could probably begin with Dr. D. Usha Reddy, Chief Executive Officer, Meridian Schools, Hyderabad, Telangana. May we have a round of applause, please? Thank you so much, ma'am. It was wonderful having you with us. Ms. S. Hemlata, Principal, Delhi School of Excellence, Manikonda, Telangana. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us today. Mr. Radhakrishnan C., Senior Principal, United Indian School, Kuwait. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Ms. Anjali Razdan, Director Academics, Maluba International School, Hyderabad, Telangana. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here this afternoon with us. Mr. Alan Anderson, Director Principal, Chaman Bhartiya School, Bengaluru, Karnataka. Thank you so much, sir. It was a pleasure having you with us. Mr. Harris Madanpalli, Executive Director, PV School Public School, Nilambur, Kerala. And to We'll now move ahead to the third panel discussion of the day, which is on bringing equity in relevance to digital learning, convergence of technology and skilling practical implementation. Joining us for this session, we have the privilege of having Dr. Lieutenant Colonel A. Shekhar, Principal, Hyderabad Public School, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, who will be moderating this session. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Mr. B. Ananthakrishnan, CEO Operations, Calorex Group, Ahmedabad, Gujarat. Sir, can we have you again back on stage? A round of applause, please. Mr. Brian Cookling, Managing Director, North Angelia Education, India, Hyderabad, Telangana. If you could please join us on stage, sir. Round of applause, please. And Mr. Desh Mahajan, Zonal Head Business Development, Finance Sphere. If you could please join us on stage. And we have a special request from the moderator that if anybody else is willing to join the session, they are more than welcome to join us on stage. If any... Dr. Brijesh Karya, if you're around. Ms. Revati Srinivasan, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
It's very rare to have an all-men panel, especially when school heads are around. Please, welcome. Please, thank you. Thank you. Right. Can we get the lights off, please? Just on our eyes. Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste, namaskar, kushamdeen, salam alaikum, sat sri akal, any which way. Good. This should have been the graveyard session because this was supposed to be immediately after lunch. So thanks to Brajesh, it has come a little later. Have we had too much of talk about digitization technology? Can we move away from it a little bit? Are you with me? Yes, how many of you want something which is not really digital and we move forward? Can we have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that's fair. So, first of all, this is a request to the organizers. In future too, can we stick to better timings, please? We are at least an hour late. It would help all of us if you are on time. One. Secondly, I would pick up from what Dr. Anjali said about trust. Yes, Madam Anjali, my apologies. She talked about trust. How many of you really believe that our parents trust us for what we are doing in the school? Can we have an honest answer? Yes. You think they don't trust us? Do they or do they not? They trust us. To what extent? To what extent? To what extent? I'm just trying to engage you before I go to all of them. That depends. So, yes, sir. It's become more transactional. Are we a low trust country or a high trust country? India? We are naturally trustworthy. Are we willing to give the person working in our house the PIN code and tell her to go and get money from the bank? 1, 2. We do it in the army. So I'm just saying. So my bigger question, are we a low trust country or a high trust country? Low trust. So can we have some understanding on that? Yes. So as we are going to discuss over the next half an hour or so about digitization, in fact, panel discussion bringing equity in relevance to digital learning, convergence of technology and scaling. The last two panels have discussed it threadbare. So before we go ahead, I would like each of the panelists to say in about a sentence, what do you make of the topic? Revati first. Yeah, I'll read it again. I'll come back to you. Yes, sir. He's from Calorex. He's coming all the way from Ahmedabad. Yes. In one sentence, what do you make of the topic?
It's about how can technology really be put into use?
Technology be really put into use.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. What is your take? What is your take? Over to him.
Well, there's different aspects to this, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. One is about equity, and that's an abiding issue here because access to technology is the big divider. And the second point is when it comes to the use of the technology, most of what we've discussed today seems to revolve around attainment, assessment, when what I'm most interested in is progress. So how do we use technology fairly and equally to allow every child to make progress? That's what I think it's about.
Right. Every child to make progress. Can you please give Mrs. Revati a big round of applause for volunteering to be part of this panel? She's a close friend. 6,000 students, possibly.
We are on 7,000.
7,000, Jesus Christ. That is about 8 schools, and by far, in many ways, I'm fortunate enough that we have worked together. In real terms, one of the very best schools in the country, the Singanias. Please give her a big round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Yes, yes, Revati, what is your take?
Yeah,
Technology equity.
It's about having children having access to it and having access comfortably. Also bringing the fact that they are able to take what they can take. That's what it is.
They are able to take what they can.
really can.
Yes. The fourth gentleman here, he doesn't come from the education field. Yes, you can introduce yourself a little bit more. We can't hear you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to the all panelists, esteemed panelists. My name is Nitesh Mahajan. I'm representing a company called FinancePeer. We are a fintech and edtech company. So, well, if I have to say about it from my company perspective or my perspective, I would say the technology should be accessible to all, especially in tier 3 and tier 2 cities.
Yes. Okay. Good enough. So these are the preliminary statements which people have made. Now let's go quite a few steps ahead. The concept of equity. There are multiple studies which stated only 18% of Indian students. India's student population, any guesses how much it is? 27 crores, somewhat closer. How many in the college sector? How many in the school sector? Anyone? Let's make it interactive. How many schools do we have in India? 50. How many ICSE schools? Anyone? How many CBSE schools? 24. Yeah, it's about 27. How many in ICSE?
14, 15.
About 15, about 3,000. And how? About 3,000, yeah, 2,500. Majority of them till grade 10. How many do we have in the state sector? About 14 lakhs. 30% of them, one teacher schools. And the vast majority of them are being merged by various state governments just to focus on this. We are talking about equity. What we want is a student being able to go to the school within a particular kilometer. And in terms of access, Kerala had 94% access to internet during the lockdown. And we had states which had less than 15%. Talk about Leh, which is even more difficult. So equity is a key aspect of what we are doing. Yes, sir. How will you, as the CEO of Caloric Schools, improve equity in Gujarat and in the areas where you work, where you have a tremendous number of tribal students, especially with a new president being from that arena? Over to you, sir. 90 seconds.
Yeah. So, as a private educator, we have a responsibility towards the society. Across different speaking slots, wherever we go as an organization, we have been vehemently talking about this, that a lot needs to be done in this particular regard. We as educators are morally bound towards inculcating good habits and exploring opportunities of how can you go ahead and help the schools around you, right? The CBSE concept of the hub education is a very nice example of that. So be morally bound to it, right? Try and seek schools who are having a dearth of technology, who are having a dearth of resources. Go ahead and help them. Get corporate funding into it. Go ahead and help them. Adopt schools at the remotest corner of the country and just go ahead and help them. It'll go a long way in your own styles of education for your own kids.
So adopt schools, get more CSR funds into it and move it forward. One way. Revati, I'll come back to you, sir. I'm just trying to make sure that everyone is agile enough to listen to my question. Revati, when you look at it, I'm just following up on that question. You have students, 7,000 of them from various. How was it in your experience? India had 82 weeks of lockdowns, the highest in any part of the world in terms of schools. How was the access? And what are the learning gaps you have seen, especially in terms of equity?
Okay, it was for us a little fine because I think around 2018, we started to have a little bit of hybrid learning. I didn't use the word hybrid, but we did mix and match. Yes, there were families because we have first generation learners in our school. We had families which didn't have access, and therefore we tried to give them devices by the way of sharing, by parents on a mutual basis. But I'm going to give you an example of one of my schools, which is in a very rural area, which tells us how access is possible. This is my school in Chindwara district. It's in a very small village. It has about 2,000 kids and is run by our trust. And it just so happened that when we took the count of the number of students who are having, it was not even a mobile, a smartphone. It was only 7%. We were aghast. We didn't know
7%. 7% of 100 students, only 7 of them had access. So 93 is simply gone.
Yes. So we just understood that for that, and we really thought the lockdown was going to be for 6 months. We didn't anticipate it to be so long. So we assumed that it's a matter of 6 months, so we should do something. So what we understood was that the fathers had a smartphone. So we started to record lessons and put it, give it to the parents. So the father would come back from the factory or wherever he was working, and then he could do this kind of thing. Most people couldn't work in the factories also because they were off jobs. So as a result, they didn't, we really suffered. But about 5 months later, we realized that the villages around that place didn't have complete lockdown the way towns and cities had. So we actually went across meeting up with the sarpanchas of different villages where our children belong to. And we took the sabhagras, that is the halls over there. I promised to pay them something. And all the children belonging to a particular village went to that sabhagra. Teachers belonging to that village went to that sabhagra. We called it the Mohalla schools. And it was a huge success for almost a year.
Round of applause. This is something which many of us are not really aware of, which way it was wonderful, Rev.
So I think that's where it comes. The learning gaps even today, it's visible. The learning gaps, for me, learning is also socio-emotional learning. Because how do I talk to someone? How do I share something? That's also not there. The care, the commitment, all of these are soft skills which needs to come in. That's also part of learning. So very often we are talking about learning gaps in terms of academic gaps. I'm seeing much beyond academic gaps. And I think the other gaps is what we should be more concerned about. The learning gaps can be filled.
The other gaps are much more important. Learning gaps can be filled. I'll share with you an anecdote. Student's name was Avneet, and the student was called Avi at home. This happened in my wife's school. The student came to the school and went into the wrong bus. Everyone was running around. First standard student, Avneet kahan hai, Avneet kahan, Avneet kahan hai. Nobody found out. The mother came. There was a third world war in the principal's office. Finally, the mother went into one of the buses. Avi beta kahan aa jao. So he would not answer to Avi, would only answer to Avi, which only follows up what students are unable to even get even the basic skills. Now to you, sir. You had talked in our wonderful conversation about the challenges principals faced in this digitized world. And you shared a very difficult example too. Can you share this again with the audience? What went through that principal? What were the challenges? How you, with your 40 years of experience, resolved that issue, but with great pain to the principal and the family. Please listen to him carefully. This is something which happens in all our lives. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Yes, the anecdote revolves around a time back in my home country of Scotland when I was the president of what we call there the Head Teacher Association, the Principals Group. I hadn't appreciated that my role would include dealing with such difficult situations, but I was called in to help a colleague who, when Facebook was first launched, thought this is a great idea for advertising a school and for getting new enrollments. And that's what he wanted to use it for. However, a boy he had expelled from school set up a dummy Facebook account in that head teacher, in that principal's name. And in that Facebook account, he made the allegation that the principal was a paedophile. The problem, of course, grew enormously. People in the community attacked the principal's house. His wife was attacked. His children were attacked. I had to try and extricate him from the situation. I had to get the police involved to support. But unfortunately, he had a nervous breakdown and he had to give up his job. Now, that's a very extreme example of it. But I suppose the lesson it taught me is I'm not on Facebook. I'm not on Instagram. I'm not on Snapchat. The only one I'm on is LinkedIn because it's a professional educational group that I think is of interest to me and it's good for networking and that purpose. But that instance brought home to me the abuse of the technology in an extreme way, just as we see in our schools, the way that cyberbullying has taken off, where children who might have been subjected to the odd remark at school, verbally said to them, can now have this tirade of abuse from somebody they may not have anything to do with normally, but who feels safe to do it online. That's the downside of that use of technology, which we always have to guard against. And that's why we spend time in our schools teaching about cybersecurity and about code of conduct. And we also spend our time advising everyone, staff and children, to take care of all of their data and details. And that's something, by the way, that India really needs to do more about, because there isn't enough protection in India for data privacy and for people's information. It seems very strange to me, being here the last couple of years, to see how readily everybody hands over their phone number to every shop, every vendor, every place, bank, everything tied to it. And that information is sold widely and exploited by various organizations.
Right. Yeah. Data privacy, the way we are dealing with it, this is an extreme case and I can relate to it. any number of comments made by students. You go into YouTube, you'll get more of it. Let me involve the non-education guy. Finance peer, what do you do? What do you do for your living?
Yes.
Simple question. What do you do for your
Yes.
living?
So I'll give you a little background.
No, short answers. I'll give you more questions. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So basically, we provide fee financing solutions.
Free financing solution. So you collect the fees for us,
Yes.
but do you charge money for it?
Yes. We do.
How much? Is it like the banks or you charge lesser?
It's better than banks.
What is the percentage?
It depends. It starts from 3% onwards.
Yeah, don't answer like a
Yeah.
diplomat.
It
Answer
starts from-
straight. What is the percentage?
It starts from 3% onwards.
3% monthly or yearly?
Yearly.
Year. Good. 3% yearly. So for 3 months, the school does not get fees. Will you give us money?
Yes. So what we do is, I'll tell you, sir. On day one, on behalf of parents, we make an upfront payment to you
Okay.
for the entire year,
Okay.
for the whole course.
Right.
And parents get to pay us in
Right.
easy EMIs right from 3 months to 36 months.
If they don't pay, what do you do?
See, we don't do much. We just wait. First thing. Second thing, we help
Acha,
them.
come again. You do what?
We talk to them.
Ah.
We wait for them
How long?
for 90 days.
हाँ, वो
For
तो
90
अच्छा
days.
ना. We
हाँ.
wait करके. You talked about infinitesimal time. No, you wait. After 90 days, what do you do?
Nothing. We just simply report to civil. That's it.
Yeah, can I kidnap you?
No, no, no.
Can
no.
I can kidnap you to my school. Get the year-wise payment. You come back after 90 days. I have
Yes.
no problems. Huh?
Everyone wants him now.
Everyone.
Yes, yes.
You also want him?
Yes.
So I have. So yeah, you all of you want him. So please pay a percentage of your commission to me. Got it? That's how I. No. He-
I'm happy to go, sir.
You're ready for that also. You are a good man. Let's meet offline. Huh? Right. Yeah, let's make it more serious. I'm just coming down. Why we went away from the standard equity, digital. See, when we started off post our the initial phase of lockdown, everyone was great. Digital Zoom karke. After 3 to 4 months, Zoom, thoda sa, you want to come for a Zoom meeting, thoda delay ho gaya. Now, after about a year or so, Zoom, yeah, Microsoft, yeah, Google Meet, you had a pathological dislike for it. After about 18 months, somebody asked for a Zoom meeting, etc. Abhe yaar marwa mat. This is how our reaction was. Can we realize that? Two, I remember I was in the Kashmir Valley, about 18,000 feet. There, we had 50 bags of 5-star chocolates, 100 bags of Cadbury's, all kinds of cashew nuts, etc. But your hunger was so low, you couldn't eat it. When a guest came, when we offered him 5-star or anything else, he would get offended. Are you insulting me? So Zoom, Google, all these meets came down to a level wherein we started getting pathologically disliking it. One part. Secondly, we are all selling digital as nirvana. And I'm sure the organizers would have a problem with me because they are talking digital all the time. Nothing else they would talk about because that's where their money comes from. So let's accept it. Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, Google, FANG. They control much of it. So my next question to all of you is, we are in a world where still 30% of Republicans believe that Trump won the election. The WhatsApp Google University is most popular with us. In KBC, there is a question where Amitabh Bachchan asks a question, that's the advertisement. So in a digitized world where we get double the amount of information every second day, how do we handle digital learning and what steps would you take in Calorex? Over to you.
So answering the question, I'll take it in 3 different stages. I'll just take 2 minutes. First stage, answering the question as to how do you take it. So first thing what we do is there's something called as 21st century learning skills, which is digitization is a part of the 21st century learning skills, right? So
I have a question.
Were these learning skills not there in the 20th
No, it was
century?
there. It was there.
There was in the 19th
was-
century also.
No, it was
So why
definitely
are
there.
we making it 21st century and
Okay,
going
I'll tell-
अंग्रेजी क्यों बोल रहे हैं हम?
All
Is
right.
it different from
No,
that?
no, it is not different. But as and when new things emerge, we have to counter those new things in a better way, right? So whatever is good out of it, we have to take, and whatever is bad, we have to eliminate. So, like for example, cyberbullying, cybersecurity. So these are aspects that every child has to know at a very early age. Like you please recall 10, 20 years back, 30 years back, we started that bad touch, good touch concept of, when we taught to students, what is a good touch? What is a bad touch? I did not learn a good touch or bad touch in school. My daughter did 20 years back, right? But today she is learning about digital security. Today, how she has to know how to keep her bank account safe, how to keep her credit card safe, how to keep her ATM card safe. So these are things which are evolving day on day. And Dave, in the last event, I think it was a company, I don't remember what the name of the company, they do something about fingerprinting. So we are so peri of fingerprinting. Fingerprinting का मतलब क्या है कि डॉक्यूमेंटेशन में जब आप जाके अपनी प्रॉपर्टी रजिस्टर करते हो फिंगरप्रिंटिंग करते हो, या पुलिस स्टेशन में रिपोर्ट करवाते हो फिंगरप्रिंटिंग करते हो, या साइन नहीं करना आता तो फिंगरप्रिंटिंग करते हो. बट फिंगरप्रिंटिंग से बंदे की पर्सनालिटी, बंदे की लर्निंग स्किल्स, ये सब का एक स्टडी नया निकला है. एंड देयर आर कॉन्सेप्ट्स एंड टेक्नोलॉजीज इन इंडिया व्हिच इज वर्किंग ऑन टू इट. सो आर यू नॉट सपोज्ड टू नो टू व्हाट लेवल ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन आर यू सपोज्ड टू शेयर विद समबडी? So ऐसे सब चीजों को काउंटर करने के लिए we have come up with new and new
But are we
avenues.
not starting
right?
it too early? I get
Yeah,
you, sir.
yeah.
This is so. Are we not in this world wherein pre-primary children are online, all kinds of stuff is happening? What is the right age for students to be digitally aware? And what is the balance between online and offline learning, especially for students below the age of 10? What does your experience say, especially outside India?
I think, well, first of all, I'm going to backtrack on 21st century skills because I agree with you about 21st century skills. A lot of rubbish talked about it. For me, there is only one skill now, and that's adaptability. Because the only thing we can guarantee is change. So when it comes to dealing with the situation of what age should a child be, I actually think this is very personal. When I was head of principal of a British international school in Mexico City, it was aged 1 to 18. And in the 2-year-olds class, I decided to introduce iPads. 2-year-olds. I introduced the iPads for a few minutes a day. And the impact it had was amazing because it was controlled and targeted. So what we were doing was getting children to understand colors and understand shape. And the point was made in the previous session, it was particularly helpful for the children with difficulties because they couldn't understand our other ways of explaining.
Excellent. So you have been saying that the children who were reluctant to speak in the class, when they were digitally covered, were much better performers,
yes.
10 to 15% of them, because the digitization, online classes, afforded them the kind of anonymity and strength not to be insulted by colleague students.
It's a safe place to learn for them. So the shy, quiet, reserved girls in particular weren't embarrassed by other people in the class criticizing their work. They were able online, these are the older students we're talking about, they were able online to produce work and flourish. And the interesting thing was the other group were the group of boys who are disaffected in class and easily bored because they saw online learning as gamification. So for them, using artificial intelligence, whatever packages we were giving them, they could see themselves going up through levels. Those groups thrived online. And all I'm drawing attention to is, of course, there are learning gaps, and I particularly agree with you, it's the social aspect that suffered most, and the capacity to work with other people in particular. But we shouldn't lose sight of the gains either, because as we go back to physical schooling, those groups of students are not going to have the opportunity to succeed in the same way. And there's an obsession in India about the toppers. And interestingly, online, the so-called toppers couldn't handle that as well as other groups.
Right. The toppers were uncomfortable with the online learning system is the import of it. Revati, the question to you is equity. India, as we have people going to the moon and elsewhere, we also have over 200 million people not having 2 square meals a day. How would you, in about 90 seconds, explain to me how can we bring digital equity and our 320 million students? India's population of students, 320 million, is equal to the population of United States. Just imagine where we are. So how can we bring a level of equity into the digital learning system?
I think one is digital learning, but I talk about learning systems itself. I think first of all, I think we need to lift and bring across a common platform for learning for children. Digitally, it's not possible for us to do and bring them all at on the same platform. What we can have is public-private partnership, whereby there can be a reach-out activity by which you can share apparatus and also have organizations that will lend support. But above all, there can also be government initiatives that can come in. There can be more public expenditure on education, especially in rural and
Right. Some
okay.
of our pet peeves.
Yes.
That's what he was also talking about, more expenditure on that. Right. I have another 5 minutes to go at best. Any questions from the audience before? Yes, sir. Yes, it cannot be one way from television to, see, first and foremost, let's look at a state which has done it well, which is Kerala, 94%. What they did was they had a dedicated channel and there was tremendous public involvement. If a child does not have a mobile, the MLA would give it from the fund. They went up to 94%. But you go to UP, which has got 98,000 villages, how do you manage it? So there has to be the public, there has to be the private, there has to be every available medium. FM radio, everything which we'll have to cover. I agree with you. Yes. Any other questions? We can take a couple of more.
But Shekhar, I'd like to add over here, apart from the fact that you're available, because I know of Andhra also that had all those television channels that were running, including, yes, Gujarat also had, but how do you get children to actually view them? That's the point. So which means that you have to elevate the status of the society as a whole, which gives more importance to education.
We are going into an area which, Revati, I just don't want to get involved. I am somebody who says that September 5th, teachers are the greatest in the world. This side or that side of it, we generally tend to forget the teachers. You had Guru Purnima also. August 15th, January 26th, Bharat Mata Ki Jai, Jai Jawan. I'm an army guy. This side, that side, if I ask people, send your sons and daughters to join the armed forces. Actually, one son, me, my grandfather, all these things. So we will not get into that aspect of it, which is even tougher for us to handle. The key is there has to be a nationwide movement. There is no other way we can do. But please remember, when India became independent, female literacy was 9%. Today, we have Draupadi Murmu, who is now the president, a teacher, a tribal, and remarkably lost her 2 sons, brother and husband within 7 years. Remarkable resilience. And today is also the day, the 7th death anniversary of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. 2 presidents who were very different in their outlooks, but as always, celebrate the idea of India. So there has been a lot of progress which we have made, but we have a long way to go. We can take one more question, anyone? If there are no questions, I have a set of rapid fire questions. Done? Right. Questions to be answered almost instantly. First, the young man. Where will you be in 2030? Pick answer.
Where will I be in
Where
2030?
you means your organization.
Yes, yes. So probably we will not be
No,
just-
probably yes, no, or maybe yes. Say whatever you want. Quick answer.
So we'll be also an edtech company. Will
You-
not be just a fintech company.
Yeah, you're very good. You are answering like a good vice principal, neither here nor there. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Can it be better?
Thank you so much.
Yes. Okay. Revatri Srinivasan, where will your organization be in 2035? Take the mic.
They would reach across to 1 lakh children.
Reach across to 1 lakh children. Give her a round of applause for that. Sir, you are from Dr. Boris Johnson's country. Where will you be in 2040?
Personally, I will be retired.
Yes. Hopefully, sir.
Yes.
Hopefully. Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yes.
As far as the company is concerned, Nord Anglia Education already has 80 schools in 31 countries. So by 2040, it will be more than double that. And I think we'll go from strength to strength.
Go from strength to strength. To you, sir. No, not the same question. Question is different. Where will you be in 2047? 100th year of India's independence.
Superb. So before you and I go there, we envisage to reach 30 million people by the end of this year. That's our target for this year. And we are a bigger organization in terms of we not only run schools, but we also run social projects, right? So which are for children with special learning disabilities. And of course, we empower girls at from the underprivileged background.
Empowering of girls from
underprivileged background. So we have a social cause. So we definitely will go a long way in doing that. And we want to be the #1 edtech company along with being an education provider in the country with a balanced curriculum approach.
Balanced curriculum.
Balanced curriculum approach. Yeah, exactly. So we want to bring the concept of hybrid anywhere learning, wherein the physical brick and mortar schools provide support to the hybrid learning from across anywhere in the country. So that's something that we are, canvassing with the government of Gujarat as a pilot, and we are in a 90% stage of doing that. So probably in the next 3 years' time, we'll have a few samples to do
100
that.
years is what I said.
Yeah.
Now, my next set of questions quickly. 2050, will schools exist in this form? Yes or no? Yes or no? Don't ask me to repeat. Will schools exist in the way we are? Yes or no?
I think there'll be a lot of changes. No.
No, there won't be. Revati, will schools exist? Where will Singhania, how will Singhania school be in 2050?
I think it depends on the principal then.
That's an easy answer, but you are much smarter than that. Where will it be?
I think it's going to reach across to and bring out the real meaning of education to people across, reaching out to society as a whole and making a mark for itself.
Right, great. Sir, will we have virtual world schools in the next 15 years?
No.
Virtual world schools with you being the principal here and 50 teachers from across the world.
There will be a strong virtual element, but you won't have virtual schools because as long as we recognize that technology is a tool and not a substitute for teaching, then we will not reach that stage.
Right. What kind of college would you want for your children?
So I'll have to first take the previous question to answer this question.
No, sir. You have to answer this question only.
So what kind of college? I would like to have a mix of brick and mortar and hybrid for my child because I understand that it's always a mix combination, which is a victory combination.
Right. The one question all my panelists want to ask me. Any one of you, if you want to. No?
Have you been a tough master like this all your life?
Oh, yeah, that they have answered it. The idea is to make it entertaining and interactive because the more we talk, the better it is. Can I request all of you to put your hands together to Revatri Srinivasan and all the other panelists? It was great fun being part of it. I would conclude by saying my way of looking at a school. Schools will not have principals 10 years from today. You will have chief learning officers. Monday, Tuesday, school, physical school. Wednesday, Thursday, optional schools. Friday, sports. Saturday, Sunday, the school will be an Amazon place. That's how I think. And principals will be less important than the physical education director, because India's obesity is going up. We have a large, it's a fact among students, you would know better. The large number of students who are digitally playing around, they are playing less. Our population of overweight and obese children are going up. So parents will send their children to schools to reduce their medical expenditure.
So going
It
with
will happen.
so going with that, let me tell you, we lead by example. I was 43 kilos heavier to what I am today 7 months back.
Wonderful. Give
So-
him a big round of applause.
So you always have to lead by example. To have a healthy nation, the heads of the institutions have to be healthy.
Yes, so he has got back. He's telling that heads of schools and colleges are obese. I will challenge you on that. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It was a pleasure being here.
Thank you so much. Absolutely, sir. May I request Ms. Sakshi Kulbhaskar, Regional Marketing Manager, South Asia D2L, to present the award to Ms. Revati. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us this panel impromptu. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Lieutenant Colonel A. Shekhar, Principal, Hyderabad Public School. Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful orchestration of this session. Thank you so much. Mr. B. Anantakrishnan, CEO Operations, Calorex Group, Ahmedabad, Gujarat. Thank you so much, Mr. Krishnan. Mr. Brian Cookling, Managing Director, North Angelica Education India, Hyderabad, Telangana. Thank you so much, sir. And Mr. Nitesh Mahajan, Zonal Head, Business Development, Finance Bureau. Thank you so much, sir. May I request for a group photograph along with our magazine? Thank you so much.
Yes. Yeah. Otherwise, the finance people, they won't change. Yes. Yeah. Are we all in the frame? Yeah. Are we smiling or not yet? When you are taking photographs, sometimes you need that I'm getting married. Old age matrimony problem में photo मत My wife won't like it.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Moving on, we now have an industry presentation by Mr. Virendra Kumar Pathak, founder and CEO QLS Academy. May I request Mr. Virendra Kumar Pathak to please join us on stage. Do we have Mr. Virendra Kumar Pathak here from QLS Academy? I request my team to please check if we have Mr. Virendra Kumar Pathak here from QLS Academy. Okay, maybe we can go ahead for the next session and we can have the presentation post that. Oh, we have Mr. Virendra Kumar Pathak, founder and CEO QLS Academy here. Yeah, please.
I have a presentation.
Sure, you want
Yes. Hello everyone. So I am Vishal Pathak. Actually, the name is wrong. So I am Vishal Pathak from Dijana QLS, and I am talking about today's basically a QR system, which is a QLS system, and it is, I should say, a goal-based advanced learning system. So it's more on a system which focuses on a particular goal, right? So how we can achieve that? So of course, goal is very important thing for us. Setting goals gives us a long-term vision and short-term motivation. It's a not long-term motivation, of course, but at least we have a long-term vision with us, right? And it is important for us to have a goal, right? So why it is important? So it basically helps us to measure our progress as an institute, as an education institute, as well as an individual student level. If we are not setting our goals, if we are not clear about our goals, then we cannot measure that every day we are making some progress or not, right? So it helps us to measure our progress. It keeps us motivated. It helps us to beat the procrastination. It helps us to achieve what we want in our life, right? So if we fix our goal, then only we will be able to achieve what we want in our life. And we can sometimes even we can achieve more than what we think. So how we can actually make our dream to a reality, you can see from this chart, right? So our dream, when written down with a proper dates, it becomes a goal. But writing it down does not help us out, right? So we need a plan to execute it. How we will be achieving our goal is something which is required. Now, even if we have planned, let us say the government has given us a NEP or as a guideline, some planning is there. Okay, this is how we should do it. But just keeping it in a plan doesn't help us, right? Keeping in the documents won't help us. So how this plan should be converted to an action, right? And once it has been converted to actions, how we can actually make it a reality, right? So our systems actually, we are 5 years old system. From my experience of my dad and my technology background, we have created this system. So this actually ensures these things. So in application in the education domain, so even though I believe there is no student here, but as an institute, as a school, or as an education institute, we still need some goals to fit. We need to fix our targets, right? So let us. So this keeping a goal for educational institutes is important to have a clarity whether we are making a progress. We should make a year-on-year progress, right? How my students are achieving, how what is my performance, how my basically academically, result-wise, what is the finance-wise, how good we are doing it. Keep our team focused, of course. Measure the progress, improve the performance. From the student's perspective, again, for a student, keeping a goal is again important. It helps them to focus on their studies, achieve more what is they are capable of. Short goals, small goals, give them a clear target what they need to do, right? It creates a strong learning discipline as well as increases the rate of success, right? Of course, because if they are having a plan with their mind, it will be much better. But as I told you, keeping a plan is not sufficient, right? So apart from the plan, we have how the classes, we are conducting the classes, right? How well that is aligned to our class, our actual plan. Whether my students are able to understand it or not. We keep a track record of each and individual students, which student is facing problem in which topic, which content they are facing the issues. Give them a support. What is the next action plan? System software can actually support in that also. If we need some topic wise support and all those things, so we can do that. So this is a very unique class conduction process in our system. Basically, the system automatically, the plans whichever you have gets integrated to the smart boards of the teachers as well as to the students. It integrates through a tablet. A study tablet is there. From that, as well as a small remote control is also possible, like some very small hardware devices there for each and individual student, so that we can ensure that the students are doing the practice in the class. Because nowadays practice is even become less, right? After COVID, the students are not at all putting their efforts to making a learning, right? So in the classes, we don't just want to give them a content. We want them to put their brain. We want them to practice. We want their feedback. So goal will be achieved only when you see what is the reality. Then from reality, how much I am different from my actual goal, and then compare based on those things. We actually track it out. So for tracking those small parts in the classes, I should say a 10-minute part of the class, and how much the learning has been happening, how the quality of the classes is there, is actually tracked from these student remote controls and tablets. Even in the hybrid mode, of course, people can join from the online also, That is an optional thing based on the requirements of the platforms, institutes. And the downside, I guess, because of chairs, it's not properly displayed. So we have content, we have questions, then again video comes, again there is set of questions, and this cycle keeps on repeating. Then assignments based on the individual students' performance, assignments come through them. You also, as an academic coordinator, as a principal, as a management, you have a clear transparency. Okay, why these are the set of students who are not performing well. I can take extra class in these things. If I need, these are the particular topics which are difficult for my students, I can arrange a class for that. So all these things are automatically. The thing is, currently what happens in the classes, faculties, teachers, then they say, okay, whether you got it or not. The students might say yes or no, but what is the reality, we don't know, right? But in the art system, it automatically keeps a track record and gives you the reports of these things. So I'll go for the next part of it. Of course, this I have just shown you a very small part of our system and very unique part of, explained you the very small part, unique part of it. Rest, it covers a whole lot of stuff. Basically, our system is integrated with the ERPs. So we have timetable, whatever timetable you schedule it up based on those timetables, inventory, accounts, fees management, everything is available. Content management, contents. So content is also not just, I should say, we put into the videos like that. It's more like a lecture plan. Plan by plan, we also provide from K-12 lecture plan, and each 10 minutes plan, faculty members can actually modify it, change it as their wish. But once we have freezed it, at least that level of quality of the content will be delivered in the class. System will ensure that at least 10 minutes, the students are practicing what the kind of questions we are shooting to them. So these things are kept, at least the base level of the quality is ensured. Above that is possible, but at least people should not go below that. So your ultimate goal, whatever we set, let us say I want my students to at least have a 80% understanding in my class. System will ensure that things are happening in that fashion. If it is deviating from that, we actually give them assignments automatically also, as well as we'll promote it out. We'll point out these are the students which we need more attention. So we have ERP, we have content management system. It is overall advanced learning management system. One small other relevant features, yes, school or institute is specific. So it's not particularly for schools, any colleges also, if they wish to look at our system, please, it's at stall number 31, you can 100% come. And so basically we customize it according to the schools or institutes demand, logo, white labeled, everything, all those things can be done, of course. There we have a multi-school solutions. We have a question bank. This is for the K-12, 2 lakhs plus question bank. We are already having it. Data encryption, encrypted content is there. For iOS and Android, you can conduct classes in hybrid mode. These are some extra other relevant features. So this is the team behind us. So my dad actually, he is VK Pathak, and so he's running FITZI Bhopal Center from, I guess, 2000 to 2006. We have produced best rank in IIT JEE from Bhopal area. Is IIT All India rank 11 was under his belt only. I am product of his own coaching institute. So I am myself Vishal Pathak. I am BITS Pilani graduate, and working. I was initially working as a data scientist in GoIPGo. I have one research paper in deep learning. Post that, I am working with my dad on this startup. We have other two people, Sukhdev sir and Tejinder sir. They are actually a very strong holding in business. They are business tycoons in, I should say, in MP, Madhya Pradesh area. So, so let us go ahead. So these are some small tracking reports. Just a quick glance of these things are there. So basically, we track the individual. So student, I said, okay, the student needs to do a practice of at least mathematics. Let us say rational numbers is something of a fundamental which we have identified that a student needs to practice. So whether they are doing it or not. So we have these kind of tracking reports, which at a institute level, or if the parents also wants to look into it, we can do that. We can customize the software based on the requirement of institutes also. So, yes. Any particular question and answer? This was just a quick overview. So currently what I should say is, currently there are people who are giving us smart boards and all. There are people who are giving you content. There are people who are giving you ERP. But looking at education as a whole, we have our keeping up one picture in our mind that okay, this is how my student should do it, and then ensure the whole system should work towards that goal. So that is what our system does. So it's not like that we are the vendors of smart boards, we are the vendors of school ERP, we are the vendors of LMS or this. This is not our aim. Our aim is to ensure that okay, this is my goal, this is the plan, how much we are doing it, how much we have deviated from it. If deviated, what is the best we can do? So all these kind of things create a transparency in the system. The top level management will ensure it. So one small thing I should say is basically in education, management is way far away from actual reality. The students are not able to get it, let us say. So management don't know it, okay, why this topic is getting delayed. We don't know. Okay, my students are weak, right? Similarly, sometimes what happens, we are teaching it, but we are explaining it. We also sometimes don't have in a tune, we continue in it. Like let us say we have a plan, we continue over it, and we take too much of time. We don't know, okay, next topic is also coming, right? So when the exam comes, at that moment we create a hurry. So that long-term vision as well as the short-term problems, all of these things should be actually integrated in a simpler way. And for faculties also, it should be very easy. They should focus on teaching instead of focusing on managing, okay, what is the attendance in the class, giving the assignment, checking the assignments. So all those things can be done automatically and give a track record of it. So these feedbacks are automatic in the whole system. So none of this. So that is what we say. We don't give the attendance of the students. We give attention of the students in the class. So thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vishal Pathak, founder and CEO QLS Academy. May I request Mr. Jitendra Karsan, co-founder and CEO Cupertino EduServe, to please come on stage and felicitate Mr. Vishal Pathak, a budding entrepreneur. Thank you, Mr. Karsan, for heeding to our request. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Vishal Pathak, founder and CEO QLS Academy. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Karsan, I'll request you to stay on stage. We'll now move ahead to a panel discussion on role of early childhood educators in preparing a healthier, safer, and multicultural learning environment and charting the roadmap of growth. Joining us today, we have Mr. Jitendra Karsan, co-founder and CEO Cupertino EduServe, who will be moderating this discussion. And joining him on stage is Mr. Preetham Kumar Agrawal, founder, Hello Kids chain of preschools and Riverzone Schools, Bengaluru, Karnataka. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Preetham Kumar Agrawal? Audience, I know it's almost the end of the day, but a little bit of enthusiasm, and thank you so much. We also have Mr. Chirag Agrawal, founder and director, Early Ventures chain of preschool, Bengaluru, Karnataka. Mr. Chirag Agrawal. Please welcome Mr. Chirag Agrawal. Mr. Anand R., Vice President, Business Development, Zonal Head, South and East, Little Millennium Education Private Limited, Gurugram, Haryana. Can we have Mr. Anand R. on stage? Mr. Amit Kumar Jain, Director, Oak Ridge International School, Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh. Please welcome Mr. Amit Kumar Jain. May I request if you can remove the chairs from stage, take the chairs. Please.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Good evening. I especially have a lot of, really big shoes to fill in because the previous two sessions were really interactive and nice. So we'll try to make it as interactive and entertaining as possible. So the topic that we are supposed to cover is, what is the role of early childhood education in providing healthier, safer development. So, in fact, I have a lot of questions, but we just have three panelists. So I would request if anybody would like to join in, please join us on stage and, be part of this discussion. Anybody from early childhood education? Yeah. Okay. Then we'll just go ahead. So early childhood education, according to me, it's one of the most crucial part in the entire education chain. But looking at the interest in the panel discussion itself, I don't think so. The entire community thinks that it's the most important part of education. In fact, there's enough and more research which says that the first 5 years, 90% of the child's brain is developed. And the amount of neural connections that happen in the first 5 years, some research says it's about 1 million every second. That quick neural connection can never be replaced throughout the child's entire lifetime. So early years is the most crucial part as far as a child's well-being is concerned. And we can say whatever, but Freud was right, Sigmund Freud. All our problems in adulthood, if one should pay 2,000 rupees per hour to a psychologist, he'll tell you that they all go back to childhood and the quality of childhood that you've had. And taking it from there, I have three gentlemen over here. All of them are from early childhood sector. Unfortunately, I think none of them are educators. So most of the questions that I think they are founders and CEOs, running the business. So I think I'll have to change my questions and ask more about where do you think, about the growth and the future of early childhood education. So let me start with Mr. Preetham. And, my question is that last 2 years have been really difficult for early childhood. In the entire chain, it has become extremely clear that parents feel that this is the most dispensable part of education. It's okay if the child doesn't go to preschool, right? It's fine, there are grandparents and I can sit at home, the moms have taught, and because I'm working from home, we can take care of the child. Early childhood is not important. 2 years, I think most preschool owners will agree. I don't know if you'll agree. Did we lose about 70-80% of students?
Yes.
Right? Online didn't work. So, a lot of people were talking about digitization and digital learning and all that. But children below 3 years of age, it was impossible for them to sit behind a Zoom screen and learn. So 2 years of education loss. It's a huge loss. So coming back to Mr. Preetham, these 2 years, what we've seen is like the sort of opportunity that we have lost, right, as a preschool industry. Do you think that after, this entire sector opening up after 2 years, has it picked up the way it was supposed to be, or it's still the same?
Thank you, Jitendra, for this base. Friends, I am in this industry for last 16 years. And thanks to the new NEP 2020, that we say that we were orphans before this COVID or the new NEP. Nobody was talking about early childhood education, and NEP has given us that hope after COVID, which was again a very big, I say we got parents now. Parents as Ministry of Education, those who have adopted this education, the foundation level is important and that is mandatory, and it's a part of school education right now. Friends, 16 years in this industry, and we take a pride to say that when parents were not sending their early years, as you see, he said that the 60%, 80% of the brain development, 80 to 90% of the brain develop in the initial 5-6 years of time. And when we had this loss of 2 years, right, we as parent has not understood the importance of early childhood, or the NEP should have come earlier to these parents to make understand the importance of this early childhood. I'll give you a reason because 16 years back when I started this first preschool, I went to Google and I was searching, even you can do it today, even you can do it now. Go and write importance of early childhood education and click the button images on that. If you click that button of image, you will see a lot of images, right? Majority of the image will say, without a good quality early childhood education, more than 50 to 60% will be a school dropout, over 50% will be a college dropouts, with over 30 to 40% will have criminal cases. This is what he was talking about. So we have to understand this early childhood education. It's not only about the academic part of ABCD, it is beyond ABCD. It is not that a fever of 2 and 3 days where we can just take a crocin and stay back at home, and once the school reopen, we take a crocin back again and we are okay with the fever. It is not easy to give. Academically, your child can be very strong for ABCD, that 26 letters. But these 2 years, in the 80 to 90% of brain development in 6 years of time, and you are losing 30% of the brain development in that 2 years. And this 30% of loss of that brain development will have a long-term effect on that young small child. Right? It's not that we are just coping up. As even Reti madam said, academically we can cope up things with the time. It may take 4 months to write ABCD or 6 months for some kids. But that brain development, it's because physically I am developed, to develop that mentally, that socializing, that play, which what child is required, it is not easy. It will not happen in next 6 months, 1 year or 2 years. It may take another a decade time to recover these 2 years of losses. It is not only that academically, it is that mental of that child. It is that, what do you call as, now, if you see a lot of children with delays learning, disabilities as increasing on a daily basis. If you go to any doctors, even if it's a pediatrics, they see a lot of cases into this part, right? Kids, we don't expect as a parent, we don't accept as a parent that my child has got depression. See, depression is not that part. Even a child getting angry, a child not trying to be with anybody, a child do not wants to go out, a child wants to have a mobile throughout the day, even that is a part of that depression. One of the ma'am was asking about how to remove that gadget from the child. It's not about removing the gadget from the child. It is the time. If a parent is giving a time to the child, if a parent is engaged with the child, if a parent is doing some activity with the child, automatically a child will not expect a gadget. It is that activity what we need to do, and the same activity which is we are meant for that preschool. Preschool is not only meant for that ABCD. It is for that child which is play school, which is a preschool, which is his first school. It is the environment where Vivekananda once said that we don't need teachers or play, what you call as classrooms to have education. We need to have environment to understand that education. So if you really looking after the early years, you have to start that early, give that importance. Even he is very young to talk about ABCD, no issues, but let him play, and play is meant for that young child.
Wonderfully said. I think, a lot of parents, not only parents, let's do a small exercise over here, because, I think we'll wake up everybody. You have 2 seconds to answer. Everybody should answer together. I'll ask a question. Very, very easy question, right? Just try to answer loudly within 2 seconds. A for? B for? C for? Why? Did you see the way we've been programmed to repeat the same thing, right? A is for apple, B is for ball, C is for cat. Now, there's enough and more research in early childhood, and where they've said that, bringing creativity to preschool. So what he was talking about is education is not even about early years is not prevalent in even our sector. That why is it one of the most important part of that childhood development? And taking that question forward, I'll ask Mr. Chirag that what can schools like us, right, or the entire sector, what can they do to bring more of these awareness in parents and within our own community, that why is preschool important? How do we involve parents?
Right. Check. Am I audible? So thank you so much, Jitendra, for asking this wonderful question. It's very important. The most important task of any educational institution, not only the early childhood educational institutions, is to create awareness amongst parents. It's to educate parents more than educating children, right? And this is possible when uh, you know the child's development that we are talking about, the early childhood development that we are talking about, is only possible when all the three pillars of the teachers, the child, and the educational institution comes together, works together along with the parent. So parental involvement, of course, is very important. And during the pandemic, we all experienced this kind of a situation wherein the parent had, taken the shoes of the teacher. The parent was in the shoes of the teacher and was facilitating the online education or the virtual learning or the hybrid learning model that we all call it as, right? We did see that, one after effect of COVID, I can say, majorly has been the impact on the parents, as in the parents have actually started realizing the value of education, the value of early childhood education, to be specific. Earlier, the parents who used to talk about, a preschool is just about the ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, as my fellow panelist was talking about. Today, the parents have realized that no, preschool is much more, because they've seen children at home doing the online classes. They've witnessed teachers teaching. I don't know how many of us have an open door policy at our preschools, wherein parents can walk in, they can experience how the learning happens at any given point in time. But this was something like an open door for the parents to understand what a preschool is all about. Nevertheless, of course, preschools, the early childhood education definitely is possible only with, physical communication, with, more interaction, with social skill development, which happens only when children will interact with each other, with the teachers physically. But as educators, as teachers, we really left no stone unturned in this pandemic situation, right? We did whatsoever it costed us, and made sure that the schools were closed, but education did survive. Education did get imparted in the right way, in the best possible way, I would say, to the children. So definitely, parents, the mindset, I should say, as an educator, that the mindset of parents is changing. The evolution is already started. It's a good start. Children have started coming back to schools. Parents are more than happy to send them to schools these days than what they were, pre-pandemic. So this is a very positive change. The value of education in the eyes of the parents has gone high. Again, considering the early childhood education segment. So yeah, so far so good. And as educators, it's really it was a challenge to take up this entire thing, to make sure that think about a child. We handle children in the age group of 2, 3, 4 years old, and imagine did we ever think of having a 3-year-old sit in front of a laptop screen, continue learning when everything was closed? We didn't, right? So this pandemic gave us the chance to actually evolve ourselves as educational institutions, and this was somewhere the saying that says change is the only constant. That was something which came into practice. We did experience it together. So yeah, the change in the parents' mindset is a good one, and being very optimistic, being very positive about the current situation. Things are coming back to normal, and hoping for the best.
Hello. Yeah, thank you, Chirag. But you didn't answer. Do you feel that the schools are back to the way they were, or you still feel that the numbers that you had pre-pandemic, you've not reached those numbers?
Of course, it's not. I would not say that the schools are back to how it was, but yes, the start is a good one. it's progressing in the right way. And if if all goes well, I think by next academic year we should be back to where we were. In fact, in a better way. I mean, personally, in my own preschools, if I talk about, the bounce back has been a good one. So we used to run a certain number of schools in the Bangalore city, and we did have a lot of them shut down because of the pandemic situation. We didn't know what to do, and it was 2 long years. But thankfully, post-pandemic, we've relaunched ourselves. We've relaunched ourselves much more stronger in the market. And in fact, what we had, now we've doubled the numbers as well. The number of children are more, the number of branches are more, and yeah, so far so good.
So your number, so that's good because you doubled the number of school, but I'm sure the percentage of children in each school is reduced. I want to ask the question to K-12 schools. Has the number of students in your or the number of enrollment gone down? Anybody from K-12 schools? Numbers have gone down, the number of enrollments? No? It's up, right? Yeah. So, yeah, so that's what our point was, right? That preschool is considered as the most dispensable part in the entire supply chain. So yeah, my next question to Mr. Jain. Creating awareness amongst parents is going to be more challenging, right? Like what you're saying, this, and thanks to WhatsApp University and Google searches, and this is the first time probably in the last few years that the generation of mothers, please don't take offense in this, but the generation of mothers are more educated than some of the teachers, right? They are well traveled, they are educated, they are more confident, they're probably doing a corporate job or something like that, and that makes the job of a preschool teacher even more difficult, right? Can you share with us some stories based on that, in your institute? Or do you have any ideas how do you mitigate such problems?
Thanks, Jitendra. And thank you, Digital Learning, for this conference, first of all. A warm good evening to all the members present here. I don't know, because we are almost running 2 hours late, probably, I think. But then to answer that question, Jitendra, I think, first of all, what we need to acknowledge as educators is that early years learning is important, has been important always. It's only that, as Preetham was mentioning, that pandemic has made the awareness amongst the parents go up. Before I get into the example of how parents and the mothers, especially that you're talking about, Jitendra, and how do we take care of from the teacher's perspective, I'll give you some stories in terms of what we have seen in our schools. Incidentally, yes, due to pandemic, we also had a loss in terms of the number of students who have registered for the early years. We run a K-12 school completely from right from playgroup and toddler group. And we just had about 20-30% reduction in the numbers. However, it was very clear that, as you said, parents felt that this is the sort of non-essential part of teaching and learning. But today, what we have seen after 2 years is that these are the same parents who are ready to waste 2 years of their child's life, in the sense that they want to again put the children back into kindergartens rather than putting them into grade 1. Because many schools are not taking those children into grade 1 because they feel they are not suitable to take up the learning, both cognitive and social learning at an age of at the level of grade 1. So I think that's a huge loss. And we spoke about learning loss. And incidentally, during the pandemic, there were a lot of studies which was talking about learning losses. And one of them, which I recall, says that, for every 1 month of learning loss in mathematics, it takes 3 months minimum to recoup that. And similarly, for literacy skills, it's about 2.5 months for every month of learning loss. That's the amount of time we need to spend. Now, thankfully, what has happened is that the mothers, as you said, are well traveled, well exposed, and they, at the same time, we see that the number of women in the workforce have increased in India. Thanks to this, early childhood education also is a sort of compulsion because there's nobody else to take care of the child. So, in that sense, they also rely very heavily on the early childhood educators to take care of the children. One way I think, first is definitely yes. I think it's something that I really hate to say, but we always have a hierarchy of teaching. You know, the teachers who are teaching senior school are much better than the teachers who are teaching maybe primary, and the teaching community, very sadly, it's taken as a promotion. If I'm promoted from primary level teaching classes to secondary level, I'm promoted. And if I put a teacher from the primary school to come and teach a kindergarten class, they feel very unhappy that, you know, they are being demoted in terms of their learning. But I feel it's a very sad situation on part of us as educators, because the most difficult job is of an early year teacher. And for teachers to cope up on this sort of tiger moms that we have today is to build trust. Morning we were talking about the discussion around trust. And if the parents trust the teachers, I think everything else is taken care of.
Thank you. I think you answered that wonderfully. Question to everybody. Do you think that preschool is a specialization or it is non-essential? Everybody's from education background. It's a specialization. Thank you. Very happy to hear that. I'm sure everybody is happy to hear that. Now, are K-12 schools collaborators with us, or they should compete with the preschool industry? Yeah, but do you think that's happening on the ground? I would want like a 1-minute reaction to this question.
See, it's not about reaction, but I'll tell you, the only people who value our education as a preschool education is the next grade teacher for us, right? A grade 1 teacher knows about my quality of schools, right? It's not about competition. It's not about helping each other or something, but they are the right people who can tell us about my curriculum, my pedagogies, my teaching, my teachers, my experiences, and my curriculums, right? So I really give that these things to the next grade teachers, those who really understand about the quality of education.
Yes, of course, collaboration is the key. And I mean, it's practically not happening to a very great extent. But yeah, if collaborations do happen, it's going to lead us a long way.
So I think there's no doubt it has to be a collaboration because, you know, again, as Preetham said, the grade 1 teacher knows the pain of a child who really don't understand, who's both cognitively, socially, and emotionally not ready to take up the K-12 schooling. But then on the other hand, I also feel that it's also us as, you know, the early years schools to blame for it. Because we are not reaching out in that sense to the K-12 schools. Right. So I think it's equally our responsibility to bring that community together, because it's like, you know, it's like a foundation year, as we call it, right? Foundation year learning. And if you don't have the foundations right, how do you expect the structure to hold up? So I think it's equally important for us to reach out to the K-12 schools and develop that community. But unfortunately, it's always, you know, we look, both the segments look at each other in closed doors.
Thank you. I think that was the most non-diplomatic answer out of the 3 of them. Did you hear the question? Yeah. So everybody feels that preschools and K-12 schools should collaborate and work together. But on ground, that's not the practice, right? The preschools are trying hard to retain the children, and K-12 schools have started from kindergarten. They've gone to you know, nursery and so on and so forth. So what do you think about it? Do you have any comment on it?
Sure. Hi. I feel the way we look at the children totally different in preschool and the formal school. The moment they move in, the lens is totally changed. I don't know, till the preschool level, we look at them like a real infants, the way that we treat them, you know, the way they caress. Everything is taken a different way. There is no pressure on marks. There is no pressure on anything else. Only thing is safety. the basics are right, the manners are right. They're only focusing on that. But the moment we went to formal school, some of the seriousness is getting added. So the collaborative is very, very important. But on reality, both are totally working as if there's totally two different industries, as if it's a food industry and this is a education industry. You know, that's the kind of difference it's a current reality.
Yeah, even my reaction is completely the same, that preschools are not taken too seriously by parents, even in the sector itself, right? They're taken as somebody, you know, who mushrooms across all the smallest streets and corners, and, you know, trying to teach them the experiment that just we did, right? We did few minutes back, A's for Apple, and they just look at it as language skills and literacy and numeracy skills, so that they are ready for first grade. But a good preschool generally is supposed to go beyond that. There's enough and more research which says that when a child is born, or, you know, when they start toddler especially, you know, and I'll give you a live example of it. You know, when parents are talking, the child is listening, and you're like, how does he come to know about this, or how did she know that we were talking about this? So a child's brain is supposed to take, you know, stimulus and data from everywhere, from the colors that they see, what they hear, everything. Even if the child is not looking at you, they are hearing, they are learning something else. As we start progressing towards first grade, second grade, going to specialization, what we are taught is to narrow our minds, right? Focus, focus, focus. So a great professional is somebody who does only heart surgery, right? He's a specialist, because, you know, if you want to do this particular heart surgery, he will not do anything. You go to him, you tell him that I have a knee pain, he'll say, you know, I don't know anything about knee pain, because he's a specialist. And what happens with children, they are like a generalist. They know everything, they hear everything. And I think, you know, that seriousness and getting them to focus, which is good, you know, to take specialization, but I think more credit needs to go to preschools who are doing their job properly. Taking the discussion forward, new NEP, and thankfully the government has also recognized that early years are very important, and they've decided that year 3 to year 7, right? Year 3 to year 7 is going to be foundation years. Now, what does that mean to the preschool industry? Are all preschools supposed to go to the education government and change their licenses? Or are they allowed to teach children till grade 2? And what is the sort of conflict that it will bring with K-12 schools?
We are really waiting for this for the last 16 years. We have a lot of issues into different state governments, right? Talking about permitting. Karnataka was the first state in the country to issue a license to a preschool, right? Now we have different states coming in, and as education is a state subject, every states come up with a different, rules and regulations. Only after some incidents happen in the same states. Till the time there is no incidents happening, there is no rules and regulations coming on in this space. And where we have challenges for, let's say, square feet of the building or the premises, paying a property tax in terms of commercial value, electricity, minimum number of hours. I'll give you a small example for this standardization also. Bangalore schools are running 2.5 to 3 hours. If you go to Kadapa, there is a preschool running for around 7 hours. And if you go to Mumbai, 200 square feet of a preschool, morning 9 to 11 playgroup, 11 to 2 nursery, 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock is LKG, and 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock is UKG, right? So when we're talking about this kind of challenges across the nation, as we're all talking about one nation, one policy, at least for the early, even we are on today is 27th of July, and the government of Karnataka has announced a age criteria in the month of July when the admissions are over. We are already in the academic session when we are already completed almost 2 months of our academic standards, and they are not talking about this is the age criteria of admitting a child to a first grade. So it's not about regulations. It's talking about a one nation, one policy, because we say that child is of the same age, right? If government of Punjab will talk about a 5,000 square feet of land for a preschool, it is going to be very expensive for a parent also or to the school premises to have it. Because I cannot send my 1.5-year child to another 12 kilometers into a residential area or a commercial area for that school particularly, right? So we need to understand about some 10 points of understanding to this industry, have something called a mandatory of educator for the teachers. Only I think 3 universities are providing early childhood education, care and education subject as on today. But after new NEP, we are expecting more universities to give these degrees. So minimum qualification of teacher is nothing in a preschool. Even if you go to rural part of India, teachers are paid 1,200, 1,500 rupees per month for a preschool. Trust me. And they are charging even 10,000 rupees per annum as fees. So think about the quality of education we are talking about. So minimum qualification of the teacher, per square feet requirement as per the child has to be there, not the minimum square feet of land which is required for running it. If I have 200 square feet, I'm only eligible to take 20 children in a preschool, right? It can be residential area. Residential areas, bar and pubs and restaurants can open, but why can't a preschool can open in a residential area? So we have such kind of issues in this country right now. So minimum age criteria, minimum space requirement, building with property tax, electricity and water bills, we are talking about. Mandate the requirement of CCTV camera, which will help to manage the small young children to have the safeguard of this thing. And when we are talking about minimum number of hours for the child, a child, if I am talking about 2.5 hours of education of preschool in Bangalore, if I am talking about Kadapa is asking me 4 times of my curriculum. Because if they spend around 7 hours, 6 hours in a preschool, they will ask for more curriculum. It means Kadapa will do multiplication even in LKG, but we cannot do in Bangalore because we have only 2 hours to talk about. Kadapa will do cursive writing in LKG and nursery because we do not have time, so we will avoid cursive writing. So it is happening in this country. So we need to understand that whenever a policy makers are coming into this place, one nation, one policy for that particular child, who is the nation first child and the future citizen of India is important.
I think that was very, very passionate response to the question. Chirag, same question to you. Do you think that, how do you react to this increasing till grade 2? Do you think we'll be allowed to run it till grade 2, or there'll be another licensing issues and whole lot of new things that we have to learn?
Right. So as Preetham rightly said, the NEP is like a parent to the early childhood education industry. We were orphans, and we did get this parent in form of the Ministry of Education. So the NEP definitely has given us this liberty, but it is still an open-ended question because this is a state subject, and since every state has its own a set of regulatory, set of rules, set of things which work and things which don't work. As Preetham was saying about when we move 200-300 kilometers here and there, the entire scenario, the entire situation that is there changes, right? So when we are talking about a policy, it needs to be understood from at a very micro level, wherein what exactly works where. If you are talking about a rural school, the policies will be a little different because the requirement, the need of the children is very different from urban schools. And when we're talking about the place, so there are play schools of all varieties, of all sorts that we've come across. There are these play schools which are operated by a lady who's sitting at home, wanted to do something in life, started a play school, right? There are these kind of play schools, and at the same time there are also play schools which are operated with all sorts of things in the market.
So Chirag, the question is that, do you think that they will also need some sort of regulation, and they will have to go and get a special license to run that mom and pop sort of a preschool?
Absolutely. So according to me, yes, there should be a regulatory, because preschool should not just be a mom and pop business. If somebody wants to start up something small, you open a preschool. And talking about teachers again, you see, when we it's a matter of fact that most of the preschools do not have the right people to teach. most of the preschools do not have the regulatories in place. Most of the preschools do not have SOPs. In fact, forget about having SOPs. It's you ask a. I mean, I personally also interview teachers at times. We ask them why you here and why do you want to work in a preschool? It's just because okay, I have some time in my day schedule, and it's an easygoing job. It's just small kids, and the biggest qualification of a preschool teacher who comes to us in this kind of a situation is I just love kids. That's my qualification. But I would want to just devote 2-3 hours of my day schedule in a preschool. So these kind of things need to be removed from the environment. So for that, there is a requirement of a strong policy, a set of SOPs, and it should be very clear. It should not be open-ended.
Listen, I just want to add to that. So I think personally, I feel it's a very, very welcome change in terms of the policy coming in. Reason is, a few minutes back, we dwelled upon the point that preschool education was taken as the most disposable part of education. And I think we reflect back on that. Why is it so? It is because we did not have proper regulations in place. It is because of that, the schools were mushrooming everywhere. It is because of that they felt that whatever the school was doing, we could have easily done back at home, and we could save money during the pandemic time. So I think this change in terms of regulations, what are coming in, and especially the fact that it will be up till grade 2, I think it's a very welcome change, especially for the early year schools. At the same time, it will have a very strong bridge when the children move from grade 2 upwards, because all the things that we talk about in terms of licensing and schooling, whether it's quality of the teachers, whether it is infrastructure in place, whether it is safety of the children, I think all of this will be looked in a very, very serious light with this policy.
Thank you. I think so too. Yeah.
I think too many things happening too fast in our industry, because 5 years back, no one knows our existence. Government doesn't even know there is something called preschool unless and until there is some incident happened there. All of a sudden, they said approvals are required, recognition required. Now it is NEP under NEP. Already K2 started. It's a big trend now. In thing is K2. So everyone's saying I'm running first to second standard. Whether they have curriculum, they do not have curriculum. They just don't mind. They have extra room. They started K2. That's a thing is going on now. Definitely challenging times ahead, because play group that we have to let go, or we need to find a way to introduce that as a mom and toddler or something like that. We need to find a way. But biggest challenge is whether schools, formal school, will take third standard admission directly or not. Why they should take? They're not even taking first standard. If you notice, they said come in nursery, otherwise pay 1.5 to 2 lakhs additional. So challenging to get a first standard admission. So getting a third standard admission is equally challenging. So how good K2 going to be successful, or we have to see whether it's going to be adding more advantage to the formal, or we are going to have some advantage or not. Since because of, I think, pandemic, the NEP is slowed down a bit. Even if you talk to the relevant minister, they will not have clarity on what exactly NEP means to preschool. So we need to wait and watch, but definitely we should be ready for a lot of changes.
I think nailed it completely. I think even here, we sitting on the panel, we have no clarity on what does NEP mean in early childhood. Whether we are supposed to go take some, register ourselves as something else. How do we move forward? How do we go register ourselves as K2, right? And what are the sort of regulations that would come in, apart from all the health, safety, teacher qualification and all that. Now, last question. I think we are running out of time. 2 years. I've personally spoken to people like, people from the preschool industry, and no names, people from the preschool industry, and most of them have told me that in the last 2 years, the revenue numbers dropped to 30-40%, right? To 30%. So the drop was by 70%, 60 to 70% was the drop. 2 years have already been gone. This year, the start has not been great. Some of them, again, no names, but big chains have lost more than 50% of their franchisees, right? Smaller chains also, anything between 60, 70%, 50%, they've lost franchisees. The enrollment numbers that I personally speak to a lot of preschool owners is not what it used to be in 2019 beginning. So 2 years gone, this year is not going to be the same. By the time you get your number of franchisees back to what it was in 2019, will take you about 2 years. So 5 years just to come back to 2019 position, right? With all the discounts and everything, they'll have to give to attract more franchisees. Now double it with the impact of NEP and how the K2 position, how the government is going to place it. So just 1 minute to answer. I know everybody will get passionate about this thing, but do you think this is a new beginning, new opportunity, or beginning of the end for preschool sector?
Obviously, we see it as a new beginning after this new NEP and acceptance. And yes, there will be rules that you need to have a nursery certificate to go into LKG. So definitely parent will come back to preschools, the enrollment will increase. Yes, because of the third wave and the fourth wave, parents were reluctant. Parents were not into the metro cities, they have still not come back. So once they are active onto their offices, yes, this industry will get his own shine back with good number of children and the branches.
Thank you. I think that was very positive. But let's not make it gloomy. I was trying to cheer you guys up, but I think it's become a little gloomy.
Definitely, the education industry, the early childhood education industry is bouncing back. It will come back more powerful. We are seeing those in terms of the enrollments that are coming in now. Those are pretty good as of now. 2 years, of course, was a nightmare, but yeah, so far so good. It's bouncing back, and as we are all aware that early childhood education is made compulsory, for every child. So that way, it's going to be a good positive sign.
Parents have understood how important that 3 hours were.
Yeah. So I think I have the answer to your question, Jitendra, why the numbers in preschools are coming down. Answer is simple. We are having less babies in India.
The population of India is about 135 crores, give or take, say about 140. India grows at about 1% every year. So we are adding 1.4 crore children every year, right? You multiply it by 6, that's the number of preschoolers that are supposed to go to preschool. Government figure says that only 70% of children under the age of 5 go to preschools. So there's still 70% of children who can go to preschool. Now, of course, there are a lot of socio-economic constraints why they don't go to preschool, but it is alarming that even in cities, the number of enrollments have gone down.
So, cousin, that was on a lighter note. I think fundamentally there are 3 reasons which I feel for the preschool education to not pick up at the pace we are seeing in the K-12 schools. One is definitely vaccination, because we have seen a clear sort of bump in the numbers when the vaccination was available for teenagers in terms of the number of students coming back to school. Second is the sort of work environment change that we have seen. Still, there are, especially chains in Bangalore know very well that probably you don't have to work from office anymore. It's just about, at best, 2 days in a week in some places. And we also see places where they have clearly given work from home forever. So I think that's the second reason. And the third is also the fact that this sort of social, you mentioned about, even the urban areas, they are not going to schools. I have an example from a rural area where it's so unfortunate to see that the parents do want to send a child to the school because it's a matter of prestige. The child is going to the school, but they don't want a girl child to go to the school. I'm talking about preschool here, because they feel it's not important. The girl can join the school in grade 1 or a later age, but not in the preschool. So I think that sort of mindset still exists in certain part of the country, and that is sad to know.
I have slightly different view from the family here. I actually represent Little Millennium, and we have I personally handle South as well as East. we did more number than 1920 with lesser number of centers this year. And but I have a reason for it. Those centers who continued in the business, whether online or holding the property, have even bounced back with 130% growth also. Those who went on 2 year vacation and come back and want to see the results, they have flopped with that. So it's all about persistency and consistency. Those who stayed in business in tough times continue to serve the children, are yielding the benefits now. And they're doing very well, very well. I can even personally, I can have share the numbers also. We have crossed 1920 numbers, which is a great news. So I don't see that as a end of our, we are going to do very well. But we have to stay in tough times. We should not take vacation and come back like that. We have to do it.
I think that was the most positive answer. So we will just, I think we'll end up the session. So what we learned is, I don't know if what I learned personally is that preschool education is very important. More awareness has to be created, not only amongst our own, in our own sector, but also in parents. And, I think it's not only job of preschool sector, but also for K-12 schools to give importance to preschool. And definitely this is not the beginning of the end. This is a new opportunity. Hopefully, if NEP is aligned properly, I think more and more parents will understand the importance of preschool, and hopefully K-12 and preschools can collaborate and bring forward children who are not only academically, but socially, emotionally, creatively well-rounded children. Thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you, Mr. Kresan, for touching upon a very pertinent segment of our population, which probably needs the most attention at this point of time. May I request Dr. Raj Singh, Vice Chancellor, Jain Deemed to be University, to please join us on stage and felicitate our panelists here. Can we have a round of applause for Dr. Raj Singh? So if you could present the moment to Mr. Jitendra Karsan, co-founder and CEO, Cupertino EduServe. Thank you so much, Mr. Karsan, for orchestrating this session so well. A round of applause, please. Mr. Preetham Kumar Agrawal, founder, Hello Kids chain of preschool and Riverstone Schools, Bengaluru, Karnataka. Thank you so much, Mr. Agrawal. Mr. Chirag Agrawal, founder and director, Early Ventures chain of preschool, Bengaluru, Karnataka. Mr. Anand R, Vice President, Business Development, Zonal Head, South and East, Little Millennium Education Private Limited, Gurgaon, Haryana. A round of applause, please, for Mr. Anand R. And Mr. Amit Kumar Jain, Director, Oak Ridge International School, Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh. May I request for a group photograph, please? Along with a copy of the magazine. Thank you. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you so much for your presence and your time. Before we move ahead, we have a special token of appreciation in terms of the World Education Summit 2022 awards. And may I request Dr. Raj Singh again to please join us on stage. Dr. Raj Singh, Vice Chancellor, Jain Deemed to be University, if you could please join us on stage for one moment again. We have the World Education Summit 2022 award for the leading preschool chain at the national level, and the award goes to Hello Kids chain of preschools and Riverside schools, Bengaluru, Karnataka. May I request Mr. Preetham Kumar Agrawal to please join us on stage to receive this award. A huge round of applause for Mr. Preetham Kumar Agrawal, founder, Hello Kids chain of preschools and Riverside schools, Bengaluru, Karnataka. Thank you so much, Dr. Raj Singh, and thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Preetham Kumar Agrawal. And to the last session of the day one of World Education Summit 2022. This panel is on the state of education in India and evolving role of EdTech. And to take this discussion forward, I request Ms. Akshay, Principal Greenwich Academy, the School of Hyderabad. She will
Good evening, everyone. It's been a long day, and I'm sure all of us have reached a saturation point, and we just want the day to end. And I was just sitting there and imagining how it would be for our school kids. They spend 7 to 8 hours with us every day, and more or less, we have been talking on a very similar subject. What we have been talking has been all interconnected. And imagine for the students, it starts with English, it goes to math, and then we go to social, and then we have a chemistry or a biology, and we expect them to be attentive. Every teacher who walks in says, be attentive in class. So I think we need to be mindful of the fact that, yes, kids do need time off. And I think we realized this during the pandemic and when we had the online classes. Children would just switch off. It was so convenient for them. They would just be offline, or they would just switch off their camera. Are you there? Yes, ma'am, I'm there, but I've just switched off my camera. It was so convenient for them. It was a beautiful experience because they could be casual. They could just sit down the way they wanted. The entire approach to learning changed. As teachers, as educators, we had to do a lot of unlearning and a lot of relearning in terms of what is the objective, what is it that we finally want from our students? Are we looking at a completely disciplined class where there's no movement, where they are sitting upright and looking at you, but you don't know whether they are even focusing on what is being taught. Is that what the conventional or what was expected from us some 20 years back? Is that what we are looking at? Or are we looking at the final objective that the children are enriched, they learn more? So I think we as educators have also understood, and definitely the post-pandemic situation that we are seeing right now, we have seen a change in the attitude of the students. Every single one of us, we will definitely accept this. There is a change. Children are restless now, more. They don't want to be in one place. So it is necessary for us to understand this, maybe have more of physical education classes, introduce more activity-based learning, and ensure that instead of just saying focus, 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 how do we bring back the focus to the kids? The post-pandemic scenario has been definitely a very big learning experience for all of us, and it will continue to do so. Also, if you understand, there is a very contrasting situation right now out here where we have the educators, we have the parents who say, please, we want digital detox. Please do not give any homework that has to do something online, nothing with the gadgets. Please keep them away from that. We don't want the kids to be online anymore. At the same time, we are here today to discuss about the change, to discuss about technology in education. And when I see so many startups and so many people with so much of promise, I realized that this is here to stay. This is what I think is the shift, the change, the entire generational change that we are witnessing right now is a segment which is not very happy with the digitalization. At the same time, we have the entire segment which is ready to take on the students, take on the education, bring a lot of changes, bring innovation. And I think that is what we are looking at today, the change that we are going to envisage. And I think education, technology, these have become so interlinked. There's so much of transformation, and the role that is required from technology and how it's going to help in transformation. Is that what we are looking at today? How education and technology together will transform the future years to come. And I have Mr. Karundeep. Can you please enlighten us on this?
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I believe that technology plays a major role in transforming the education these days. For the past few decades, we have been observing that technology has been taking a major role in the education, the field of education. There are three perspectives: one from the perspective of the student, one from the parent, and one from the school management. So everywhere the education plays a major role. And here I personally say, like, we use technology in all the ways, coming to the ERP softwares, to the robots in the school, and in developing the communication. And the children, we use the language labs and the computer labs and the coding, everything, technology is there everywhere these days. Without that, I think it's not really possible. In the olden days, we used to have the Gurukul kind of system, but nowadays, I think it's not really possible with this emerging kind of technologies. And the world is moving really fast, and we need to catch the opportunities as early as possible, and we need to train the children from the age of primary level. At the moment in the NEP, we also see like there are 4 levels: foundational, preparatory, and middle and secondary. In this in this NAP, we can observe many things like there's a change in the syllabus, hopefully, which gives the experiential learning in the students' hands-on approach by using the latest technologies. And in the language labs, we use the latest softwares to develop the communications in the children, to make them speak in different kinds of accents, maybe American, maybe UK accent, or maybe Australian. In whichever way we can utilize the softwares, we can make the children speak in the required way. And coming to the robot, I already said like there is a robot in our school, which is the most advanced humanoid robot in the world, which is called Now, which has the headquarters in Japan and also in France. It's the most expensive one, and it can walk, it can dance, it can interact, it can run, it can jump, it can do all kinds of jobs. And we have placed that robot in our school not to make these things. We actually try to make the children learn about the robotics, not just showing them the wall followers or the obstacle avoiders, the routine, the small kinds of things we call the robots. But we don't want to make that kind of things in our school. So we just really bought that Now Robo, and we are showing the children how the sensors work, with what platform it works, and the kind of coding in that. And the children learn and with a lot of enthusiasm. They're really excited to learn about Now. We already introduced that in our school, and the classes are going on, the program wise every year, to the level wise, to the grade wise. It's really doing wonders in the school. And coming to the personalized learning, the technology plays a major role, even with the use of videos, the visual things. The children learn in a personalized way. But I'm not talking about all the classes. I'm talking about secondary children. But the primary level, no one can replace the teachers. No technology can replace the teacher, because no robot has a human efficiency, hopefully. So the teacher is the primary person who can teach and impart the knowledge in the children. But these robots and all, we show them for teaching and for making certain things to make them understand the technology. And nowadays, I think like in Japan, we can see in many schools they're using, they don't have any books. They just use tablets, iPads, for teaching. I don't think that really works here, because once we do that, the parents really ask us, and what's happening here? There are no books. How can they learn? Their eyes are really going to affect. These are the actually challenges in the digital learning in some places. And I think in Japan, as I said, the education is really good, but not in all the ways. In terms of technology, they are first, and in terms of economy, they are third in the world, as we are sixth, with around 4 trillion, I think so, the economy of 4 trillion. And Japan is making 5 trillion. The population of around 12.5 crores, and the population of India is more than around 140 crores, I think so. So this is the way we are. So I think we should be in that place, like to use the technology, not only to use the technology, to invent the new technologies, because some other countries are discovering or inventing the new technologies, and we are using it here. But there's no change in our country. We don't contribute anything to the country. But I think once we do that, hopefully we can contribute something to the world with these emerging technologies. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think when we talk of the change, the transformation, definitely we face a lot of challenges. That is obvious. So on this road too, that we are looking to take ahead as educators, we understand that there are going to be a lot of challenges ahead for all of us. We did face a lot of challenges initially when we started. The post-pandemic is a different scenario, but imagine during the pandemic, we, with a blind faith, we just leaped. We just took that blind leap of, yes, let's go digital. Nobody knew what it would lead to, what would be the outcome. But everybody thought, okay, digital learning, online learning would be a very good alternative. And everybody took that leap forward. And I think it paid off. It paid off wonderfully. And so any change that we are going to see henceforth will come with a lot of challenges. So do you think that we are going to face more challenges in the future ahead in terms of the technology?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, definitely. I see challenges as actually opportunities to improve. I think pandemic has done a lot of good as well. I know we are talking about the learning gaps, all of that in the children. But at the same time, pandemic has given us a great tool, which is technology in education, how every school has come up with different ways of including technology in education. And I think it is a great, wonderful opportunity. There are a few, I think every school is debating how to utilize technology, whether it is, whether it is fully online, and the education technology companies wanted to go full on and give everything from their side by replacing a teacher. But I think both of these do not work. Fully humanized schools also won't work. Fully automated learning technologies also won't work. It is a hybrid that will work. And we should utilize the strengths of each of these two different humanized and technology in a way to overcome the challenges. Right now, children do not have, their distraction is very high. They cannot keep the focus for a very long time. And there are some things that we need to make a lot more interesting lessons. We need to ensure all of the children are engaged. I think with the usage of technology, we can actually make the classes much more fun and much more interactive. There is something called asynchronous learning and synchronous learning. Asynchronous learning is when students teach themselves at their own pace. This can be done using technology. We give them some videos, they learn it at their own pace. And the thing that schools need to utilize is all of the children are coming to the school. Physically, their presence is what we need to utilize to teach them. So by doing experiments, by involving all of them in experiential learning, by having group presentations, by having teamworks, is how we will need to ensure that classes are run, thereby keeping their attention in the school, while the rudimentary concepts can be all taught much better in a small video in a very short period of time. For example, I teach physics, laws of motion, for example. I'm trying to draw something and the students are not able to understand. I've spent like 2 classes on that one to try and explain to them. And then after that, I felt, okay, I'll look for a video. I showed them 10 minutes of video and they have all understood because there's like good animation, things like that. I should rather utilize that video, give them, okay, look out this video, and then we will do some experiment because we're all here to strengthen the understanding of the concept. So that's how both technology and the physical schools should collaborate with each other to make the learning much better. But of course, the challenges are how will they watch these videos, whether they will go back to the school, go back to the home and watch these videos, all of that distraction that comes along with these devices, all of that budget constraints that the parents have in providing these resources for them to be able to watch all of these. So these are some of the challenges that I think we still have. Of course, the level of challenges is different from area to area. I come from a small town, so there I face much more challenges with respect to the devices, with respect to the budget my parents have. So those are the kind of challenges. But I think with the advanced technology, I think we can overcome that and change these challenges into great opportunities, and we can utilize the best of both technology and our teachers to further the learnings for the students.
Yeah, thank you. But I think that is exactly what I was thinking, that when we talk of the digital platform and the digital classrooms and all this, the changing and all this, we are looking at a particular segment. What has happened to the segment that is yet to be tapped? Even during the pandemic, we have seen a sector of students who were deprived of this basic need of the online education, where it was mandatory for everybody to go and do online classes. Even then, we had a certain segment of students who were deprived of this. So when we are thinking of the road ahead, we also need to understand that government needs to step in, government agencies need to step in and try to make things easier so that technology is not so far away. Technology just needs to be a step away. You step out of a classroom, yes, you have a digital classroom. This is possible in cities, in probably 2-tier towns, or still we do have small towns doing this, but education is something that has to go to the basic level. So I think as thinkers, we need to understand and come up with strategies, come up with policies that will enable that the technology which we all so well agree that it is going to benefit a child. Why are we depriving a certain segment of students from even getting this? So why can't the government step in and bring about changes, bring about subsidies? Now, so many startups are there, but if you see their pricing, what they are offering, they are offering wonderful things. There's a lot of innovation now that's happening. But are they able to cater to the classes that really require this technology, where even the teachers definitely need help, they need assistance, they need help of this digital content. So if we can think of these things when we are talking about the challenges ahead, I think this is also a major challenge that everybody needs to think and address about. Moving ahead, I think we are all here because we see that there is an expansion. Definitely there is going to be progress. There is going to be a lot of digital expansion that is set to happen in the country, in the world, in the coming few years. So can you share your views on this, Mr. Mansur?
Alhamdulillah, all praise be to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the creation of all the worlds. Peace and blessings be upon the final prophet sent to this mankind, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Alhamdulillah, since morning I have been hearing the stalwarts of education, those who are purely from academics background. But I am from a management background. I'm not from academics. I'm a managing director of a school. Basically, I have done my business management from Geetam, Visakhapatnam. And I'm from a place called Nidavolu, which is just between my two brothers. He's from Tanuku, he's from Rajahmundry. Exactly in center comes Nidavolu.
I think you should have sat in between there.
No problem, I can. Please, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, now you're strategically
Rightly, yeah. So, coming to this question of digital expansion from an entrepreneur's point of view. Yeah, because I think as educators, you people have shared your experiences and the implementation from an education point of view. But from an entrepreneur's point of view, I would like to throw some light, inshallah. Digital expansion is the way forward that every one of us has accepted this fact. So now, the gap that we're talking about, 7% is what in rural places we have, in urban places, there are lots of gaps out there. And these gaps will exist. This has been how the world between the haves and the have-nots. It's the question of distribution of resources. There are people who, for generations together, they don't have any issues for the provisions. And we have in our own country, in our neighborhood, who strive for two square meals. So the gap is always there. And yes, as Madam rightly said, it's the government's responsibility to bridge the gap. So coming to the digital expansion, yeah, the government have taken various initiatives, and one of the initiatives through Diksha app, I think all of you should be knowing, the NISTA trainings that were provided to the teachers, online trainings. Because earlier, I don't think this kind of trainings were available to the teachers. So, Alhamdulillah, I motivated my small team of about 50, and October, November, December, 3 months, my team collectively bagged 350 plus certificates. 350 plus. It was a new learning for them. Yeah. I'm a new school. I'm a very new entrant. I'm a crawling baby. I've still not found my foot strongly. This is my 5th academic year. I started in 2018. 19, before the end of my 2nd academic year itself, the pandemic started. 2 years, 2.5 years, we are all on the same boat. But Alhamdulillah, 5th year, standing in a competition of about 200 schools around me in just 2 kilometers area. Just imagine, 200 schools. 200 schools. I'm staying in Malakpet, Old City area. You have government school, budget schools, economy schools, to the level of super premium schools. Yeah. And today, Alhamdulillah, we clocked 1,010 admissions. Alhamdulillah. So, from an entrepreneur's point of view, yeah, I look at things in a different way. A goal is set. A goal is set. Now, for example, digital expansion is what? So I work on 4 keywords. I think you people might have heard this umpteen number of times. 4 keywords. Anything that we do in life, if we meticulously work on these 4 keywords, inshallah, success will be with us. The first one, the knowledge. And mashallah, we have highly knowledgeable people here of the respective field. Second is the strategy. Third is the system. And fourth is skilled or skilled team. If I want to go for a digital expansion, if I set a goal, what kind of knowledge I have for the implementation? Point number 1. Second, what are the strategies that I am adopting to implement this, to expand this? Third, what are the systems that I am developing to see to it that things are in the right place consistently? Many times what happens, we start with a lot of energy, but in due course of time, and especially we all know, every day is a new war for us. Every day is a new war. आज का दिन खत्म हो गया, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह. कल नई चीज है. कौन क्या करेगा? We don't know. That's how life is with us. So many times what happens, the things that we have planned, they go down the drain for a period of time. Happens. For that, we need to build systems. And the 4th keyword is the skills that I need to process at an individual level, and the skilled team. I need to build a team that is skilled to implement these things. And we work on these 4 keywords, inshallah, I think definitely success. So, digital expansion is the name of the game. We cannot shy away from this. Now, the challenge is how we are going to take and implement at our own place. So, thank you, ma'am, for giving this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. That was very insightful. This particular topic that we are talking, I think this can stretch the entire day. It could be a one-day session, because there's so much that is happening around us post-pandemic, and we are all reeling through that. We are all facing that, and I think every one of us here relate to each other. We understand, we know
what each one of us is facing, will have to look forward to in the coming few years. In terms of there was one term that I heard today. There's a loss. There's a loss of years of education that all of us, we have understood. Though we have done the online classes, we have done the online teaching, and children have scored exceptionally well, but somehow that not coming to school has affected children psychologically. So we are working on the child. We are working on bringing a change in the children. We are seeing the change in the children. We are seeing there's so much of reluctance. There's so much the social skills of the children. There's so much of change. And if we ignore all that and if we look at the way ahead and just go ahead with the trend that has started of bringing in technology in education, I think there is something that we are missing as educators. So keeping in view that, yes, as teachers, we have a much better role to play as educators, though technology will always now be a part and parcel of the teaching of the education system, because there's so much scope, there is so much potential now in terms of the innovation, the terms of I can see the startups. When we started with this digital and technology, we just had a couple of players in the market. We had Educom, we had TeachNext. They had very clear content. This is what we are going to do. But now we have so many startups actually thinking for the child, actually thinking how we can better ourselves, what is the best that we can do so that the learning objectives of the school, the student, the parent, and for themselves, it matches. So this can go on, but I think we have had a very, very long day, and looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow and a bright, beautiful day ahead. Thank you so much, everyone, for being a part of this summit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you to all the esteemed panelists for still maintaining the passionate energy that that we started with in the morning. So thank you so much. May I request Mr. Radhakrishnan C, Senior Principal, United English School, Kuwait, to please come on stage and felicitate our panelists here. Can we have the mementos, please? I'd like to present this small token of appreciation to Ms. Amrita Rao, Principal, Greenwich Academy, the school, Hyderabad, Telangana. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for orchestrating this discussion. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Deepak Katanki, Director, Bellwether International School, Taluku, Andhra Pradesh. Can we have a round of applause, please? Mr. Karun Deep, Managing Director, Delhi Public School, Rajamundry, Andhra Pradesh. Thank you so much. And Mr. Mohammed Mehboob, Managing Director, Ocean DAV. Thank you so much, sir, for joining the discussion. May I request for a group photograph, please? Can you get the mic? Thank you to all the panelists. Radhakrishnan, stay line for this. Thank you all the panelists. Thank you so much. we also have a small token of appreciation, rather a felicitation, the World Education Summit 2022 Award for Innovation in K-12 Education, and it's been presented to Mr. Ananta Krishnan, CEO Operations, Colorex Group, Ahmedabad, Gujarat. Mr. Krishnan, can we have you on stage? And may I request the audience in the hall to please give a huge round of applause to Mr. Ananta Krishnan, CEO Operations, Colorex Group, Ahmedabad, Gujarat, for innovation in K-12 education. Congratulations, Mr. Krishnan, once again. Thank you to all the panelists. We now begin day 2 at 10 a.m. tomorrow with a full panel discussion. Hope to see you there. And we have the World Education Award ceremony to the Higher Education Incorporated starting at 7 p.m. So we request you to join us. Thank you.